once again out and up. We'll find out real fast if it's gonna lag again. Are you able to see it?
Not only am I able to see it, I'm able to hear it in basically real time.
Okay, well we are only on the screen at the moment, so let me switch to the troublemaker. Here we go. Alright, we are on the camera. I am talking on the camera. I know that the light bulbs are making me look white as fuck. That's okay. We're gonna have to deal with it.
We're scream tonight, that's all.
But am I lagging? Is there any lag or choppiness in the voice or the video?
There is nothing in either. It's perfect.
Thank you, Jesus Christ. Might not believe in you, but I do today. Oh, thank Lord God. Okay, and I'm not getting any messages that are like, bitch, stop streaming from your laptop. We can't encode this. So, thank God.
Yeah, if you make it a potato quality stream, at least video wise, you'll be able to like skirt around it.
I'm like,
and then slowly build your audience to be able to buy the sexy stuff.
Thing, right? Is like, and I know it's not even. Listen, Mr. Razor, we were having trouble, and I was not. That was not cool. But at the same time, I know it's not entirely his fault because it was the program very clearly told me, "Hey, bitch." You shouldn't be running 3 monitors, a 1920 video, and a whole ass recording system on one laptop. And I said, please?
Yeah, you got it. Something has to go. It's the triangle of quality.
Something's gotta go.
Quality, efficiency, and price is like the triangle.
Yes. And I know that this light is like wants to kill a man, but that's how he's gonna live. Because this is actually like an industrial fucking light. Because otherwise it's dark as hell in here. But it does scream, but he can't be turned down. He just gets turned on, or we ended. Oh, actually.
That's a lot better, actually. That's really good lighting.
You know what's funny? This is with no lights on. The only
it's just
light.
The computer.
The only light is the monitors.
Well, there we go. We've found the setup.
Bro, but my eyeballs want to die because they're like, where is everything? But that's okay. We'll live. We'll function.
Oh wait, it's a lot darker for you than it is for us then, right?
Oh, this is pitch black for me. Like,
oh.
Yeah, that's how much light the monitors are putting onto me, and that's how even though I'm shitting on this camera, that's how good that he actually is. Because I have him in the dark setting, because that's the default, so that he is, if you're in the dark, he like picks it up and makes you not in the dark. That is how good that fucking setting is. It's because for me, this is pitch black.
Okay, yeah, so when cameras like try and compensate for darkness, what they'll do is they'll crunch that bit rate.
Yeah.
So that might also like play around with your settings and cause a few delays. Might have been what he was doing.
Is he was like, huh? You have light bulbs on, but you told me you didn't.
Oh, that's crazy. Lord. I wish you like had a thing to light your studio booth. And by the way, it's the first time I'm seeing the booth, so it's really nice.
Yeah,
really...
doesn't it look pretty? This is homemade. My dad and I worked on it. It's beautiful. It's fabulous. It's portable. I don't think I'm technically supposed to leak anything yet, so I won't leak anything about it being portable or why it's portable. But I will.
Sometimes you gotta go on long road trips and you gotta get work done at the same time.
Right? Yeah. And I will say I've gotten a few emails that made me feel validated in the reasons why I made it portable, even if I can't talk about that. But yeah, took a long ass time, like 3 or 4 months or something, but it's built. It's fabulous. There's a lot.
I'm just gonna break the NDA. You've like joined like a traveling singing group.
Can you imagine? No, I just break an NDA. I come on here and I go, so I built this whole booth, and then I got signed to Cirque du Soleil, so I'm never gonna use it. Like,
yeah, you remember the first Home Alone where the mom just comes home and all those guys they're just, come on, Lois, we gotta. I forget what her name was. It wasn't Lois, but like they had like trumpets and saxophones.
Go. Oh my Lord! All right, let me see if I move this onto the big boy screen, because I keep wanting to look down, and I know that looking down is not what I should be doing. So
I think it's not, but also it might be one of those I don't have a choice. Sorry. It's kind of the
Yeah, it might
situation.
very well be I don't have a choice. Let's see if I put him up here. What does he look like? Well, it's either going to be looking down or it's going to be looking this way. Oh, and you see how much I massively lowered the light quality?
Uh-huh.
That is because I just put OBS on the only computer that was giving me a white monitor screen. So he's gonna go back down to the laptop who is trying his very best so that that light from the all of this light is just from this one monitor.
The
Because
little laptop that could.
yeah, literally. And it's like he's, I love him. He's trying his best and that's all that matters. And maybe one day this Twitch stream will be watched back and people are going to be like, "What the fuck?" Cuz I don't think it saved the recording of us for not even half an hour, us for an hour and a half trying to figure shit out.
Yeah, it's gonna be great, but like people are also gonna be like, "Wow, look at how far you came."
Right? I don't even think it's saved. I wish it would have saved just because I would have like cut it together with this one just to be like, look at all the shit that happens when you try to do something and you have no idea what you're doing, and it's okay. You're allowed to have no idea what you're doing.
It either didn't save or it's like tacked onto the front of this stream.
Oh, that would be dope if it would. But I think it because so here's the thing. OBS is like, my camera's like, my laptop's like, I should have died 5 years ago. But Discord is thriving because every time we've gone on and, because I set up a Discord server, go join the Discord server, but every time we've hopped on or changed something, Discord is sending me notifications that are like, "You're live! Did you know you're live? Everybody go watch!" And like everything that I set up for my server is pinging. So I know Discord be working.
Discord's on it.
Discord's making his money. He said, if everybody else gonna fail, I'm here. I got you. Don't worry. And I said, thank you, because I want to die. All right. Okay, now let me pull up what we're actually working on today.
Down to brass tacks.
Down to brass tackities. So, let's see. Yeah, we're just gonna have to deal with it for a little bit of me looking down. Sorry. Sucks to be y'all. Okay.
I have a really funny idea. It's like making an abridged series impromptu during a live stream. Just doing all the audio for it, no script.
Oh my god,
like, all right, everybody, watch the episode. This is your character. Make jokes happen.
Yeah, have fun. Bro, y'all don't know how hard improv is until you about to watch me improv because
It's like the Snap Cube live dubs.
Literally, and I have, what's the word I'm looking for? So I've improvised every episode of these. Oh, he's not happy. Oh no. Hold on. It doesn't like the Photos app, and sometimes it doesn't give me what I want. Okay. But every episode I've made in this series is always improv. And I don't always make other actors follow that because, it's however you work is how you work. I'm not going to tell you that you got to work the way that I work.
Yeah.
I encourage it because I think that improv breeds really good, practice bounds for, living and breathing in your character. But also, especially if, you're recording a video and you don't record videos, you're just kind of like an actor, or if you're new to the scene, it's not fair for me to, be like, okay, improv, amazingly, and then I'm gonna record it, so there's a recorded video of it for the rest of your life. No.
Now, you see, I'm a performing artist, so I've got, not just improv. If you fall on that stage, your ass is getting up.
Oh, yeah.
There's a line in my senior film Ice Hunter where the old man, his name's Chemo, he shouts, "Get up!" And that's actually a thing that happened. There's a dance teacher named Donald Lumpsford, and he works at the University of the Arts. He also worked at Philadelphia, and we saw him. And some poor girl during, it was either ballet or jazz, she does a high kick and then falls. She just blast her ass on the floor. And so they're rehearsing for a recital, and so he's mad. I guess he just shouts, "Get
on,
it's like
bro.
when you're in dance, if you fall on that stage, you better make that shit look pretty.
Yeah, yeah,
You can't just
yeah.
fall. You gotta fall and get up pretty.
Yeah, it's true. But like it's one of those things where I it's a good practice stage, right? And it's a place of but I personally I do better with improv than I do with like written shit depending on kind of depends on what genre it is, but also sometimes like writers when they write shit can be very they know how it's said in their head. So like they can hear it in their head and
Mm-hmm.
when you go to record it, you ain't never gonna say it the way that they hear it. So
Yeah,
it's a lot
yeah.
easier to be able to improv with characters because then you can just spitball shit and even if it's garbage, it's hilarious because you'll say something stupid and then you'll go, nope, nope, nope.
And it's, but it's also in character. It's Dan
Exactly.
Castellaneta. He goes, "I am so smart." SMRT. Now he actually misspelled the word "smart" in the booth
Oh no.
when he was doing Homer. It was supposed to say SAMART, but he actually spelled it SMRT by accident. And then he says,
Oh,
"Oh, I mean SMART." That's not Homer's line. That's actually an outtake. It's
I
great.
love that. I love
So
that so much.
because I've been on the receiving end of both of it. Like
Yeah.
I've been the writer, I've been the
Right.
actor, I've acted for
Right.
things I've written. I'm
Right.
just like, I don't think that's working so well. I might want to change that up a little bit. And then
Yes.
sometimes an actor will just give a performance that's like so, different from what you had in mind, but
Right.
fitting that you're just like, you know what, you
Oh
you
yeah.
you do you. I'll give you that guidance, obviously, but I like what you're doing. You keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah, and it's one of those things too where it's like you have to go in with if you're like in a director seat or any seat that where you have people that are collaborating or playing fit with you or for you, you have to go in with an open mindset for 99.9% of your things. You can it's totally okay to be like there's this one specific line or there's this one specific shot or scene or movement that I really, really, really need to be done this way, and I will make us sit here for the next hour and be done this way because it's really important to me. As long as
I'm
the
Kubrick.
rest of your piece, right? As long as the rest of your entire project is like, play with it, show me what you have, let's collaborate, right? You can have the one moment, but you got to be able to mold.
Yeah, we can be Stanley Kubrick for just a few lines.
Yes, yes.
127 times. Get it right this time.
Absolutely too. And like also you I think you also inside of that it's 100% to say I'm not willing to bend on this piece part whatever line etc. But
Mm-mm.
I do think the only time, even if it's the line where you're like, I'm not bending on this, the only time you should genuinely stop and pause, even for a line where you won't bend, is if the actor comes to you and is like, hey, this is weirdly worded. Like for me to say, because here's the thing, right? Like some people will write dialogue in a very specific way and they're like, well, I want it sort of done like this and this is the moment I have, whatever. And I'm like, I understand that this is your moment, but you have to understand that you just cast somebody and you want me to like put 6 pauses in here where I don't naturally speak in pauses, but because that's the accent that a southerner would have, but you cast a midwest. So it's like very like they're and it's not even necessarily translation things because it's not always like people can be English as their first language and be excellent writers, but they'll have I hate this in plays. They do this in plays. It's one of the things I hate the most. They will make like specific lines of dialogue that they're so fervent about not changing, and those will always be the dialogue lines that like omit the letter A or omit the word the. And so it's like instead of I'm a friend, it's I am friend. Like, and I'm like, no, stop. I'm like, please. I know that you have this thing in your vision of why they're saying it this way, but you need to take it out. Like,
I am friend. You gotta say it dramatically. So for me, I'm always like, listen, the script is the script. I'm going with it. I'll just go with the script. I'll go with the director.
yeah.
I will. If I'm like, hey, okay, but I do have that one thing that is like, listen, if I'm not getting it, then you got to get your ass in here and well
Yes.
direct.
Yes. Well, yeah,
like
right?
Don't be afraid to direct as a director. Don't just sit back and watch me struggle now.
Exactly.
Speaking of which,
cut
it
your-
dawns on me that we've been having this glorious chit chat for 15 minutes and we've not introduced ourselves.
We have not. You know what? Let me
And this
change.
is your first stream.
Okay, but you know what? They can suck my dick. I don't need to introduce myself. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Beautiful.
And listen, this is how it is. Let's be honest. I needed a place where I could just talk for like 8 hours straight. Nobody would tell me to shut up.
Yeah, no one's gonna be like, shut up, just leave.
I think if I know my famous streamers that I watch, right, I think I can change the title of this stream while it's live streaming. So I'm gonna see if I can change it. So maybe
You
we
can just
try
call
out
it
something
ASMR, but it's not ASMR at all. But like
ASMR. Like we can make it ASMR. Like okay.
Hi everybody. I'm here to
I'm just literally gonna call it
tutorial.
Yes, give it to me, bitch. I'm literally just gonna call it voice acting. I'm gonna call it the name of the series, artists original characters. We'll just say original characters, maybe voice acting.
I like how the name is first stream again, which means it's not your first stream, but
I
it is your
know.
first stream again.
Voice acting original characters. With no, we'll put featuring studio. Is it all one word? Studio YGKrow, or is it Studio space YGKrow?
I made the studio and don't even know its name. Phonetically, it's YG Studio Space YGKrow.
This is the best
YG.
first stream. I have no complaints.
Like it's like I fucking made this
Do
thing
you
and I don't know how to spell it. I
Bro,
suck.
right?
I absolutely. Like I wrote like half of the first set of legal documents we were using. I still don't know what the hell the studio's name is written as. Because I've like written it offhandedly so many different ways.
Yeah, no, I feel that energy. And then you start like abbreviating things in notes, and you're like, "What the fuck does that mean? Like, how do I?"
Yeah,
spell
we used to like say K0, K0, K0. And I'm like, wait, hang on a second. No one knows what Kythera 0 is, so K0 is not going to help.
Wait, I need the title. Like, oh my lord. Okay, so let's see if I can do this. And then we're gonna go.
It should just be like y.g.crow, but also just YGKrow, all one word.
True.
Phonetically, the R, O, and W should probably be lowercase, but the Y, G, and K should be caps.
You are talking over my head. I'm not listening to a word you have to say. Oh, it did just work though. It did just update. Cool.
It just did it. It just did it perfectly, and it's spelled perfectly.
Cool. I don't think Mordecus is with us anymore. Which they do not have to be.
I'll be back. I ain't no quitter. It's like,
yeah, right. I
rest in
love them.
peace.
I'm just gonna
rest in peace, yo.
I'm gonna make sure that they didn't like some crazy shit went down.
Some crazy shit happened.
I'm gonna say we are back up and actually running well. Crazy shit.
Now you know the best part is probably gonna bother you.
Literally, like, have a good night. Okay.
You know the best part about this stream, by the way?
What?
Or at least from the Discord end. I can hear that popping sound that like bothered you to hell and back.
You can hear the infamous crackle?
Yep.
Wait, can you please check for me? Is there a crackle on the live stream?
1 second.
Okay, let me know when I should talk.
All right, try just saying things.
All right, I'm talking a bunch and into the microphone, and we're gonna see if it crackles on the live stream, because I swear to fucking Jesus Christ, if it crackles while I'm trying to live stream, I'm gonna kill a lot of people. Like...
Oh man, the Twitch police are coming.
Yeah, right? Right? Did it crackle? Did it crackle?
I'm not hearing it from the live stream, but you're also a tad quiet on the live stream. Like we're all like a tad.
Let me turn it up a little, but still, if it crickles, ooh.
I'm hearing it on Discord, but I don't think I'm hearing it on the stream.
It's always done it on Discords and shit. As long as it's not doing it on Twitch, I don't give a single shit. You can deal with the crickle crackle. You can suffer. Like, okay.
Yeah, I'm muting everything so I can hear it just through the stream.
All right, so I'm talking again then. So if you want to hear it just through the stream for me.
All right, I'm gonna mute everything. I'm gonna
Okay.
deafen everything. So
And I'm just going to
start
talk
talking
until you come back to
now.
me. All right, I'm talking until you come back to me because I want to make sure that not only am I at a good volume, but also that I'm not crickle crackling, because crickle crackling would suck absolute balls, and we really don't want that to be happening while we're live streaming. And if it's happening, I'm actually gonna like jump off a cliff and shit because that shit drives me crazy, and I try so hard. You're back
Well,
to
we
me?
are back.
Tell me we're not crickle crackling.
It is not crickle crackling in stream.
Oh my god, I'm gonna cry.
Just make sure you don't peek it.
Yeah. No, that's fair. That's fair. I peek because I'm a loud bitch. I'm a loud bitch, and also my natural pitch is like decently high. Oh Lord. Okay.
So what are we here for anyway? What's the game?
Yes, perhaps we actually do what we came here to do. So, hello to all the people who watched this from the beginning, and if you didn't, good, you shouldn't have. Hello. I am here to do another episode in voicing artists' original characters. This is very exciting because it's going to be our first time that we live stream the process of it, rather than having sort of a pre-recorded video. Now, everything is always improvised that I do anyways, but this way you can put on a live stream and watch all our shenanigans, or you can put on a nice organized video and get all the entertainment out of it. Either way, we're here and we're functioning for another episode. This is a series I have where I essentially reach out to different artists and talk about their OCs and ask... I talk about their OCs. Now you see what happens behind the scenes. I talk about their OCs and I ask them for permission to give life to their character, and I basically figure out descriptions to them. Sometimes they give me whole ass backgrounds and things. Sometimes they give me absolutely nothing, and all of it is welcome. And then I take bits and pieces. I show you into my acting world on how I create a voice, what kind of personality characteristics I give, and how I sort of create things for these characters. And today, we're doing a fun special one. I love to do special ones every once in a while where I bring other people with me. But instead of bringing another voice actor with me this time, I actually have a lovely, lovely person who's going to be more of a director, because I worked with them to voice the character Ada in their animation Kythera Zero. And Ada has a sister, which we'll get into in a little bit, who I'm also going to play around with the voice in. But we're going to delve into those characters today with the assistance of our directing friend. And sort of do that for an episode and play with them. And then if you want more content of them, you can actually just go watch the original animation, which is not something we usually get here. So that's going to be really dope. Do you want to introduce yourself, my friend?
Why, hello. I just heard my voice crack super hard. Hey, everybody. I'm Raziel Gore. I'm the co-founder of Studio YGKrow. I'm the director, character designer, musical guy, sound designer, voice actor. I do a lot of stuff, all right? I do a lot of stuff of Kythera Zero, which is the short that Rachel is kicking ass in as the lead character, Ada. But also, it's really fun today that we planned this episode here, because sometimes you're going to have a situation where like a voice actor will like play two different characters who are like related. Mm-hmm. And like, you know, just talk to themselves in the while in the recording booth. So today we're going to actually live audition Rachel, like a mock audition Rachel, for the character Sophia, who is Ada's sister. So I hope we're going to have a great time today.
Hold on. Live audition as in you are going to not give me the part? Like...
Oh, obviously you're going to get the part.
Excuse you? Like,
obviously
what do you
going
mean?
To get the part. Yeah, no, obviously you're going to get the part.
But also, like, trying to sound like two different people is very difficult, but It's one of those things where, like, your visual senses will often trick you more than the vocal senses will. So, to anybody just watching this episode and just listening to it or looking at the images, you're probably not going to hear that much of a difference, because if you haven't been listening to literally me talk at all ever, my voice is a little distinctive. So I do a lot of different archetypes versus voice types, like you might hear from, like, I think it's Mel Blanc or somebody that does all the Looney Tunes voices.
He just screams at Mel Blanc.
Yeah, so there's a very big difference between, like, the guy who literally does every single voice on the planet and you'd never be able to tell them apart, or you'd never be able to think they're the same, versus what I do, which is a bit more like, you can hear me in basically every single voice, but it's a much more acting focused center. So even though it's sort of the same voice, it's easier to be like, oh, these are clearly very different characters. So rather than a Looney Tunes guy, think more like a Gray Delisle or like a Mae Whitman, where it's like, I know that's her every time I hear, like, Daphne or Azula, right? Or whatever Mae Whitman voices. Because all I can think is Katara. Oh, Tinkerbell, that was the other one. So, like, you hear Tinkerbell and Katara, and you're like, I know that's the same person, but they're different characters. Or you hear Azula, and you hear, Daphne, and you're like, that's definitely the same voice, but also they feel like different characters. So we're gonna be more in that realm. But regardless, like, this is to play, this is to have fun. Like I said, I improv all of these, so it's gonna be interesting to also improv with somebody who's, like, giving me feedback and stuff. It's gonna be a cool look into, for those who maybe haven't seen it. It's gonna be a glimpse into how this process actually works when you're being live directed and you're recording lines. Now, I'm not recording actual lines for any animation or project or anything like that. This is a real thing that exists, right? I already did the animation, and they already made it, right? But it's pretty much going to be exactly what it's like when you book a gig and you live direct with somebody back and forth. So yeah. Do you want to, wow, brain lost every train of thought.
I have a question for you. Have you ever, like, watched the Boondocks or, like, listened to any of it?
Some. I've seen Boondocks is one of those things that I've watched people react to. So I've seen clips
beautiful.
of it, but not, like, actually watched it. Why? Were you about to make a reference?
Oh yeah, absolutely, Robert. No, I don't expect a lot of people to have watched it, but maybe a lot of people have. I don't know. It's like, it's really popular in the Black community. I'm not sure where it stands in everybody else.
Yeah.
I watched that show just a little bit too soon. It came out in 2005. I was 11.
Damn.
I was ready.
All right. Fair enough.
But Regina King, really funny. She voices both Huey and Riley Freeman. So it's really funny, like, the evolution of the voice. And
those are the two boys?
Yeah, those are the two little boys.
Got it.
She voices both brothers.
Damn.
And it's really funny because in, like, the first season they sound so alike.
Yeah.
And then by the second season, she, like, adds this nasaliness to Riley. And it makes them sound so different you can't tell it's two different, like, one person.
Yeah. Oh, I love that.
So I love, like, listening for actors getting comfortable with the character, and, like, the voice will slightly change.
Yeah.
Like, I was watching Futurama, but I remember watching bits and pieces of it on Fox as a kid. Like, I was like 8 or something.
Yeah.
And Fry, he had a voice, and I've had that voice in my head. I know what Fry sounds like, so I went back and watched, like, the first season of Futurama.
Okay.
And he sounds so much higher and so much more nasally. And I'm like, whoa, it's really fun to just watch an actor find the character as they play the character, then listening back to the, like, earliest possible takes of it.
Yeah, it's interesting too, because a lot of the times you have, like, a set range of, these are voices that if you want this voice, I can do it immediately. But oftentimes you don't, unless you're, like, big boy famous, right? You oftentimes don't get cast for that exact voice. What'll happen is you'll use that voice wherever that stepping stone is. You'll kind of use that for an audition, But because of the way that people work and the way that voices work, is you'll start with that in mind, but by the time you've done all the audition lines and the person who inevitably casts you is listening to it, that's not the same voice that you had thought you were doing. And because if you're doing it right, you've done these lines a couple of times. And so they're like, okay, you got cast. And you're like, cool. And you go to pull up the thing that you sent in as the audition and you went, where the fuck did I get that voice? Like,
where did that come from?
Literally, especially for voices that have a gimmick. Child voices in particular, because child voices tend to be difficult for... They're not difficult to do, they're difficult to maintain. So when they're lead roles and you have to do like a little boy voice or a little girl voice, even though like girl is like fully in my range, they're really, really hard to keep consistent because you drop or you raise even like a point percentage too high or too low, or you take away this, you're in the right pitch but you take away the scratch, or you take away the nasal, and all of a sudden you are a completely different character.
Yeah.
So it's crazy hard sometimes, but that's what it's for. It's fun.
So I have a question for you. Do you remember, like, off the top of your head, how you would act out Ada? I guess to give people an idea of what Ada herself sounds like.
That's a great question. So the only way that Ada sticks in my head is as female Batman, which is like not quite correct because it's not quite as like what's the word I'm looking for? It's not quite as moody.
She's not quite as brooding as Batman is.
Yeah. She's got a lot of these the seriousness. She has a lot of the stoicness. She has a lot of the like strong presence, but she doesn't have like the now that I've taken off the cloak, I'm gonna go cry with a hot chocolate on my balcony. Like
we might break her.
Yeah, there we go. But you gotta break her first, right? Batman just do that on a Tuesday, like.
Yeah, that was just like my parents.
Literally, oh my god, like.
And the Joker comes in, Batman, I know you're sad about your parents.
The Joker shows up like, it's okay. Like. Oh
yeah, it's. I guess just the best way is like the somber. She's just kind of. She did some shit in the past, right? She did some shit that she's not too proud of.
Yes.
And she got saved basically by a person named Charles, who is her old police superior. And so like she's trying harder and harder to make up for her what she considers to be like her greatest mistakes and like her great sin. And you know, in all of this, she had like one sibling who is like her greatest advocate. And so that sibling is Sophia, who she considers to be like the overachiever. So I would assume, because like Ada's a lot more authoritative when she speaks.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It's really funny. She's just kind of able to just drop authoritative tone, but then you know she's a little somber and wispy when she's by herself. We're obviously thinking because you know she's a detective that didn't get. We're gonna definitely be playing with that detective side of her a lot more when we finally get around to being able to make an episode 1.
Yes.
So she's got these layers to her.
Yeah.
And I would posit that Sophia probably sounds like the reverse.
Yeah.
Where Sophia can be a bit authoritative in like her home life because she has a child, and like soft spoken.
No, that's
soft spoken at work or wherever she is, or talking to Ada.
That's fair. I with like now that we're starting to talk about like the differences between them, why don't you give us a little bit of like background to the universe itself, but also like Ada, who she is, what she does, like the core things of this story.
Okay, so the Cathera Zero universe takes place in a slightly alternate future. Basically, everything after 2020 just kind of skews off into its own thing. So it just creates this crazy world of, you know, pandemics and violence and uprisings, and suddenly the United States balkanizes into 3 different countries. Yeah, this is the actual Lord of Cathera Zero. You guys are hearing this for the first time.
Ooh, release?
Yeah, right. This is the first time this has been publicly stated. So the entire U.S. balkanizes into 3 big states.
Okay.
During all these like conflicts. And so Cathera Zero takes place in like this dystopian kind of futuristic society. It's not too futuristic, but it's futuristic enough where you have cyborgs, but like no fully walking like androids and stuff.
Right. Not quite Detroit Become Human. Not quite.
Yeah, we're not quite there yet, but it's like the technology in the show starts to advance to that point. It won't ever get there fully, but it's like you can tell it's on the cusp. And things are going to get very bad very soon if nothing is done about it.
Right.
And so Ada is a detective who works with the government. And, obviously she's going to be learning a few things. She's going to be like trying to adjust how things are done. And I like that story because like, while she's always trying to be this, soul searching, do what's right. And her theme song is literally, I'll save you every time. Those are the lyrics. That's her leitmotif. That's her actual catchphrase, I guess. So that's just kind of the thing around this character is she's trying to make up for lost time.
Okay.
While she's doing that, she's also going to have to like figure out how to do things a little bit differently from where she stands.
Oh, interesting.
So in all of this, I would say she's anchored by her sister, who is Sophia, because her sister, they grew up. Her sister was the overachiever. She was the bad grades having dumbass, which is parallel to my own life, by the way. Oh my god!
You heard it here first. Raz is Ada. Ada is Raz.
Yeah, it's and I had the overachieving sister, and she was just like A B A B A. Right? She got a C. It was like, whoa, what? How'd you get a C? I got a C. It was like, thank you, you did good.
Good job, yeah.
Good job. You didn't screw up. No, it wasn't like that, but like it felt like that. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like that's how it felt. So I have a very fun little attachment to this, like sibling dynamic going on here. They say write what you know, so I wrote like a lot from the heart here on these characters and their dynamic. So Sophia is Ada's greatest confidant. Like they're sisters, they're very close, even though Ada was, a tad jealous of Sophia's over accomplishments. But Ada's just kind of a late bloomer when it comes to like all the intelligence and intellect stuff. Because Ada turns out she's like a really good critical thinker and analyst, so she makes a great detective.
Okay.
Where Sophia was like always super book smart, really knowledgey, really like, and it's a human encyclopedia. Ada's recall and problem solving. And like Sophia's always known that Ada's had this potential, and Ada doesn't realize she has her own potential because she's so focused on like the thing that she did in the past.
Right.
So I like the idea that these like the story of Ada's like coming to is like anchored around her sister and the light that her sister brings. Ada cannot have children. She's a cyborg now. Her sister has a child. So it's like Ada spoils this girl like she's her own child. And if you're wondering why the word is Sophia's child in every document, it's because the child does not have a name yet.
Oh, interesting.
We're going to do it live.
We're
going to name her Rachel.
No. God, no. Oh, my Lord. Are you kidding me? Rachel is already the most common white bitch name on the planet, okay? Like, it's me and the Megans. We don't need anything else. Thank you.
Damn.
Oh, my God. Absolutely.
Oh, man. We got to watch out for the Megans.
Yeah.
Watch out for the Megans.
The Rachels and the Megans got too much power, okay? You don't know how hard it is to not just use a username instead of my real name.
I was just joking about this with the other co-founder, Ben, because I was playing Fortnite with him, and I'm just like, Ben. That's not his name one game, but like, I was like, oh, you're not going to be doxxed. There's like a million bins. There's like a zillion bins.
There's so many. It's like some of us, there's too many of us, honestly. There's too many, and there's too many Rachels. We need to disappear. Thank you. Like, but okay. So I love this. I love this beautiful, like, sisterly dynamic where one is sort of the like, strength, the powerhouse, but sort of from, like, an outside perspective. Because, like, if you would look at these two and you don't know their relationship and you don't know how they are, you would think that Ada is the muscle in quotes, which in theory she is, right? She's the detective, she's the one who's out there, she's the one who's fighting. But if you're talking like emotional strength and stability, that's Sophia, because
Yeah, Ada's silent about it, but she's barely keeping it together.
Yes, exactly, right? And so it's really funny because they Sophia as well also, I very much picture her as like the type of sister, like older sister, who's also kind of the mom. So it's like
Yeah.
growing up, hate each other, like fuck you, like I hope you die type of energy. But then
Yeah.
as soon as you're like an adult and you're on your own, it's like calling every weekend, like, so, how did your weekend go? Not that I like care, but also like, how did it go? Like, it's very like, and
Yeah, no,
it's
that's actually a perfect way to describe it. It's really funny, right? I feel like Ada, like as the writer, I feel like Ada would have like Ada despises Sophia, but not really. Like
right.
she's jealous, right? She's
Yes,
got issues to work out, so she's jealous. Because like Sophia, everyone's just like looking at Sophia, but
right.
Ada's also the more well-rounded of the two characters. So Sophia's like everyone thinks that Sophia's a literal child,
Yeah,
literal baby, and Ada is the older sister. It's not. That's not the
It's the
case.
opposite.
Yeah, so they're not looking at pictures during this live stream. Hopefully, these will like pop up during the video. But like Ada's current hairstyle is fashioned after her sister's old hairstyle. Her
Aww.
sister's old hairstyle, Sophia, is fashioned after Ada's
Oh, I
old
love that.
hairstyle.
I
So it's like they just kind
actually,
of switched
I,
places.
you know what? Let's try it. Let's see if we can pull it up. Might be able to. We're about to find out real fast. Pull up some little videos for the people.
Mm-hmm. And one
I think you
final
can
little.
see.
Oh, there it is! Look at him
Yeah,
go.
you can also see chat and how nobody's talking to us. We love this. That's why I have it up there so you can see it. And then let's see. Unfortunately, it doesn't want to give me the actual app. So it means that we kind of have to look at it on my little display rather than in the app. But it's not too bad here.
Yeah, Sophia and Ada are like a really fun power couple of like just sibling badassery.
Yes.
I've intentionally designed some like opposites into them. Uh, Ada's eyelashes are actually on the bottom of her eyes. Sophia's are on the top.
Oh,
Ada has like a very round
interesting.
B-shaped nose. Sophia has like a point of a nose.
Huh.
Ada's face is square. Sophia's is round.
That's so cool. And see, okay, so this is something that I say when I do episodes where I don't have the artist with me or the artist don't give me a lot of background information. You can tell a lot just from the drawings themselves. And like I think something that you can like the little points that you're mentioning that you purposefully did, right? Of like the differences
Mm-hmm.
in the actual art style also help enhance the fact that like we feel that they're opposites from the drawing. Like, you don't need to tell me, even though they're both smiling and they're both having a good time here, I can just tell by the shit that you've done in this piece, like, that they are very, for the most part, opposites here. And it also, this is crazy. This actually screams, and I might be biased because I already know, but like, this picture in particular screams like Sophia is the older sister. Even though Ada looks so much older than she does. Like Ada, the way she's drawn looks like she like an old ass lady and this is a child or some shit. And I love her for it. But even though she looks that way from a drawn perspective, Sophia is giving off so much older sibling energy here, which is crazy
Uh-huh.
because even the position that you've drawn them in, you could think, oh, it's a child, like doing a piggyback, or oh, it's a little sister. No, this screams like older sibling energy because it's almost like the little devious smile you get with like how the little eyes are slanted, where it's
Mm-hmm.
almost like the devious thing where they come up behind you and they're like, and they like put their little hands on your neck to like like do shit and you're like, stop, what the fuck, dude. Like it's that exactly, that is what this image gives me, and I'm like, that is such peak older sibling. Like
Yeah, there was a lot to like these choices made. Ada has like paler skin because she died.
right,
Her
right,
her
yup.
blood's running through machinery.
Right? That makes sense.
So Ada's skin's a bit paler than Sophia's is. But she still got that sheen on that hair, though. That sheen stay on that hair, though.
Listen, the hair always be looking fine, okay? Like, we don't play games with the hair, thank you. But this is pretty cool.
I like this image because Ada has like body image issues, not image issues. Literally, she's a cyborg, and she's like, "Oh,
right.
Am I a human?" You've got the you've got like these themes of transhumanism going on in here,
right?
And that's like a huge part of the show, by the way. So that will be a huge chunk of Ada's struggle as a person, like trying to come to terms with what her body has become.
Absolutely, right? And it's like, it's that in a literal sense, it's that in a figurative sense with the things that she's done and who she is, and coming to terms not just with her actual body but also with her choices and also with her family. Like, it's a whole overarching theme of just coming to terms with, but also accepting the fact that changes happen in all parts of your life, and you can grow and you can change and you can accept things and you can move forward, versus being stuck in sort of like this rut and this hole, which is really like, I think that's kudos.
It's like the tragic part is Ada has done everything that Ada can do. Ada literally died to protect people. If no one knows, which no one knows, the lore is that she followed a case and got blown up.
Yup.
And so Ada was dead for like 12 hours and then got put back together. So obviously she's not very happy about that. But like, it's also not going to stop her from doing what she's got to do.
Right. No,
so it's just that, I'm suffering, but I'm still suffering for you.
Yes, absolutely right. Okay, so is there anything else that you want to say about like either the history and the backstory, or about Ada or Sophia in particular?
Well, just a bit of a little fun fact, a little tidbit here. So these two are named after mathematicians. Ada would be Ada, Lady of Lovelace, right?
Okay.
And Sophia, who has a really hard to pronounce Russian name, it goes something like Sophia Vasilyevna Kovalevskaya. There we are.
Gotcha. So they're
like, these are just both. Yeah, they're just both mathematician names. That I like to name characters after either prominent figures or places I live at, or just something history. Something
I love that.
Very historic.
Oh, I love that, though. It's always good to have some sort of reference point that you're coming from.
Yeah. And their full names, they do have full names, are Marie Morgan, I believe. Like Morgan. Their last name is Morgan.
Okay. That's cool.
So they just have these characters actually have last names. It's not going to be a Malcolm in the Middle situation. What's Malcolm's last name?
We didn't think of these things. What are the last names of people? All right, well, then I guess we'll just start moving forward here. So there are things that I do where I give certain words that I think sort of describe their personalities and the way that I view them from drawings and the artwork that we have. And we do have, if I can get them to show, we do have other drawings. So I'll go through them a bit here. We'll start with Ada. So this is like Ada in like peak, she about to like murder somebody. Like, she on the job, she detective, you ain't doing nothing. And it's really interesting, especially that in contrast to like the picture of the two of them where she's smiling and she's like, yo, get off of me, what the hell? To something like this, or especially like something like this, where it's the big old like bang bang moment and she's in the middle of fire, which I love this panel in particular because it feels like straight out of a comic book. I absolutely adore this one. It's drawn so well.
Yeah, she's got murder on the mind.
Yeah, literally. Oh my god. This is like, I'm gonna kill you, versus this one is like, hey, maybe stop doing what you're doing before I have to kill you. So,
stop in the name of the law.
Yeah, literally. Stop. Like, that kind of jazz. But these images are like so interesting to me. and like sketches and things. I love this one's a great like Spider-Man but with a gun pose. Love that.
There was so much Ada frowning that I had to like start drawing her smiling. Like I remember being like, wow, Ada's like frowning in every drawing she's in. I have to make her smile a bit.
Oh my lord.
But like I accidentally drew the cutest smile ever. It was just like, oh, okay, yeah, no, that's gonna be her default.
Oh, I love that though. That's god tier shit. To have like this steely character, but just the cutest little smile. Okay, I think we have. Yup, there's a cool little smile and the cute little eyeballs. We love the little sketchy one. That one's so cute. This one feels like a chibi emote. Like, I love that one so much.
Just punching out at the camera.
Right? I think the rest of them are our other girl here. Yes, okay. So, let's pop Ada on here for a second. So, some of the things that I would give to Ada and how I would sort of describe her personality that work for me in particular. And of course, always as a reminder, right? Like, whatever works for you for a character works for you. We all treat different words with different connotations, so these are just kind of the way that they vibe in my head. Definitely thoughtful, right? She's very much like detective position, so she's gonna think about things before she does them. She's gonna make sure she has a plan before she walks into a battle. But thoughtful is in like, I really liked the word you used, Raz, which was analyst. So thoughtful in terms of making sure everything is like planned to a detail, not necessarily thoughtful in terms of like, let me make sure that like I don't hurt your feelings. No, two different thoughtfuls, like very much analyst style thoughtful. And then I think stoic, of course, comes to mind because you have to have sort of that steely personality, hence, haha, steel, she's made of it. But you kind of have to have it a little bit because, you know, you need to be a little intimidating. You can't let people walk over you. I think she's solid. I think she's grounded. She's very in control when the universe allows her to be. And when it's not allowing her to be, she projects as if she's in control of the situation. So that, as you were talking about, when she's not and when she isn't holding it together, the people around her would never know, right? It's that's all inside. And then I also think I really like the word purposeful because Ada for me is somebody who will, you get it kind of when we say thoughtful, when we say analyst, where you think about something before you do it. But I use the word purposeful, and I like the word purposeful because to me it screams that it's not just she thought about the possible repercussions of the steps that she could make, but it's that she specifically chose these steps for those repercussions. So it's sort of this attitude of like, it's not just, okay, here's 60 possible options. This one will give us this one will give us that, this one will give us that. Let's go with number A. It's the best result. It's, here's your 60 possible options. I am very purposefully going to choose C, even though it may not be the best, because I know it's going to cause them to do this, to do this, to do that, to do that kind of mentality.
Oh, she's like a Machiavellian planner. I love it.
Yes, that's
it's like
kind of
really,
my vibe.
Yep, there's like a really funny tidbit about the first short where it's like Ada has always been written to be a detective, but it's hard to write a detective story and a 6-minute action short.
Yes, it is.
So like, there's like this very not so casually dropped piece of dialogue where General Hawk's breaking into the building. She's already in there, right? It's like, how did she get in there? Well, there's that line. It's like I suspected.
Yes.
And so it's like the original plan was to actually like make a prequel comic to this.
Yes.
Like explain how you can't see me making these air quotes, how she suspected, but there is like actually like a deductive reasoning behind why she wound up there and what she was doing to follow General Hawk and his motley crew.
Absolutely, right? And that's kind of the aspect that I want to play with today, because don't get me wrong, I loved doing all the like crazy action shit in that short. And go watch it, but spoilers, getting an arm ripped off and screaming the life out of me, right?
That's just a thing that happens. If you have a character with robot body parts, that
Oh
robot
yeah.
body part has to get ripped off at some
Oh
point.
yeah,
That's
it's like a requirement. Like, and
like
then it has
Toby's
to get,
robots from Word Girl. You're going to be hearing, like, I'm probably the only person who's ever going to reference that show ever casually.
but
Oh
also
my
like
god! So
then it has to get like put back on like you're in a video game and you upgraded it style. Like,
yeah, she has like the first episode actually starts out with her getting that reattached
hell
of the
yeah.
first episode of the show. So like the short is canon to everything, and the comic that comes before the short is canon to the short.
Oh, I love
It all
it.
just works out. It all comes together.
I love it. And like I loved playing with that stuff and when we were recording it was awesome, but I think like I want to play with today that analyst detective-y side, the human side a little bit
Ooh,
more.
yeah.
I think it'll be fun to sort of get into that. And then the very last thing I said for Ada was so it's if you've ever heard of the unstoppable force versus the immovable object, I had it in like quotes and a question mark because it's sort of, is she the unstoppable force or is she the immovable object? And I don't
She is
know.
neither, but she tries to be.
Right? She's neither, but she kind of wants to be both, but you know, everything in her life is like changing and maybe her coming to grips with herself and all this kind of stuff is also coming to grips with like, oh, honey, like maybe you aren't either one, or maybe you have to pick one, or maybe you shouldn't pick one. Like all sorts of things because she very much projects to me like, you will never stop me. I will take down all the baddies. But also like, you will never get through me because I am impenetrable type of a wall. So it's a very weird like back and forth, and I kind of love it being unbalanced and not really knowing. And I like that.
I think we wrote a mock script for like the first episode.
Ooh, I love this.
We either wrote a mock script or we wrote an outline, and so in that
Okay.
outline's like the line is like, "You really are a oh goodness, thanks Adobe Acrobat, you're so nice."
We love Acrobat. Oh my god.
Oh yeah, Acrobat's like, well, I'm not gonna work right, but I'm gonna work kind of right. And like, you know, General Hawk, who's arrested, by the way, gives her like a hint, but like he doesn't give her a hint. Like he gives her like a backhanded hint, what you would never realize it were a hint if you weren't like a detective like Ada is.
Right, right.
So, and that's where she like turns around and says like the line, "You really are a nice guy, General Hawk," because she says that in the short. So she's like, "You're a nice enough guy, General Hawk, but this is still a fight."
Right, right. It's that weird mix of humanity inside of I am big baddie, you cannot step to me. Like,
Oh, people love General Hawk, by the way. People,
oh yeah.
people are like, this guy's the bad guy. What did he do?
Yo, are you kidding me? How do you not like General Hawk? Like,
Yeah, General Hawk is great. He's not. He's magnifique.
yes.
It's gonna be fun watching where he develops too, because he does stay like in the story.
For all of y'all curious, he is best guy villain, so you better go watch that short because you will love him too. But do you have anything else you want to say about Ada before we like improvise some stuff?
No, actually, I think we've covered everything about her for now.
Okay.
Obviously, the story's got to start, and then we're going to take it in the different directions.
Yes.
I will say that with Ada, right, the story, we have abstract ideas with the story as well as like this long linear serialized story.
Right.
So like Ada's going to be like Ada's going to cross the entire range spectrum at one point or another. Like everything that a character could possibly say and every emotion they could experience, from like absolute sheer dread to, you know, like joy, pure joy and bliss. Ada's gonna wind up like running the gambit. And I know everyone in the studio jokes that I'm a mean god with my characters, but bear with it.
Oh my lord. Well, yeah, right.
Yeah, a lot of the characters in the stories I write suffer.
Yeah, you know, I've
There's
noticed
a joke that one of them dies at least every story. Ada dies before the story starts.
Oh my god, bro. You couldn't keep it in for this one. You were like, what if we just kill her before it even starts? Like, oh
Yeah,
my
like at some point you're
lord.
gonna have to see what happened to make her body this way, but there will be cases before she gets her body this way. There'll be
Right.
cases like after, like it's well, obviously after it, that's her body. But
Like, what?
yes, there's like
Oh,
cases from all over the time that is this fun character.
that
So
makes
I guess she
sense.
would. I guess if anything, it's like not only is she running the gambit, she's running the gambit with different attitudes toward life. Which is always
True.
gonna be really fun to hear interpretations of those gambits toward life.
That's true. Well, okay. So normally, what I do in these episodes for the uninitiated is we go through 3 specific emotions and we improv for them. So usually we start with happy, then we go to angry, and then we go to sad. We usually end on sad, I think. Uh, but
Mm-hmm.
so we go through these 3 emotions, and I sort of improv a little dialogue for each piece. And then that's usually kind of how it goes. We have Raz with us today, so you're going to get the opportunity to not just talk about what we think about it, but if you want me to try anything different or new, we can play with that as well. We're just gonna kind of go by ear, right? And if we do a little dialogue piece and it works, then we'll be like, cool, we'll move on to the next one. If we do one that we want to play with, we'll play with it.
Mm-hmm.
But we've also got, Sophia to work with today too, so we won't give too much away to the lovely viewing audience. We're just gonna sort
Yeah.
of play with it a little. So, first and foremost, do you have any idea on what sort of scenario or happening would make Ada like over the top happy and excited?
I would say talking to her niece would probably be like the thing that makes her that because
Aww.
she would play pretend with her niece. Like her niece is a little girl, very little girl.
Oh, I
It was really
love
funny.
that.
I've always said like 8 is like 20 something, like 27, 28. I look back in
Right.
the guide, I'm like, oh shit, it says she's 32. She's a bit older than I even remembered writing. I was like, oh right, oh man, okay, yeah, we'll go back to that.
Right. Okay, so now I'm gonna ask you, what do you think they make believe? What do you think they play? Are they playing like Knight and the Princess? Are they playing like cops and robbers? What are they playing?
That's I feel like she would like go out with the neighborhood kids and play cops and robbers. Obviously, she
Oh,
when she's like in her normal life, she actually does not wear her armor out. That's
right.
like something she only does when she's on the job because
Got
that's
you.
like a mandate from the executives, like show off your machine parts and scare the shit out of the bad guys.
Oh, right. We'll go back to soft Ada for this one. Okay, so we're gonna go like cops and robber style. Okay, so if we go cops and robber style, then I assume, because she is a lovely aunt, that with the niece is probably gonna be the cop and Ada's probably gonna be the robber.
Yeah, like I feel like it would be like this fun little switch up. I feel like the kids might know that she like have an idea that she is working in
Right.
police, so they might like make her play the cop, but I don't think she would take it too seriously. I think she would just have fun. But I feel like if she played the robber, it'd be really funny because she's also been on that side of the law.
Yeah. I wanna start with robber because I think I have an idea in my head. Um and we might do a little kid in here too. We're about to find out.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, just we go. We're gonna
Yeah, we
gonna add.
might.
You're gonna play the entire like Marie family.
Yeah, right? All of them. They're all me. The dog, me. Like
It's a like Masako Nozawa and like the Son family. Like I'm Goku, I'm Gohan, I'm Goten, I'm
literally.
Bardock,
I'm
I'm
hi.
I'm Turles, I'm everyone who looks like Goku.
Oh my god, I love it. Okay. Yeah, because I have an idea. So let me get some water. Let's see if we can play with this.
Mm-hmm.
Because I like the idea of her being the robber. So let me think here.
Yeah, no, you let the imagination fly.
Okay. Let's see. All right. No one will stop me from stealing these jewels from the jewel factory. All I gotta do is open the door and... Oh no! It's General... Oh, we didn't give her a name. What's the niece's name?
Yeah, like I said, General Niece.
General niece? Okay. Okay, let's see.
We're gonna give her like a temp name. Let's just call her...
No, I got it. Wait,
yeah, give her a temp name.
Okay, I got it. Hold on. Here we go. Okay. All I have to do is open this door, and I'll be inside the cookie vault, and all the factory's cookies will be mine. Okay. All I have to do is open the door, and... Oh no! General Sparkle Princess, what are you doing here? No? You can't stop me! These are my cookies for the good of the people! Oh no! Oh, you got me!
That's adorable. I love that.
I was like, I have this beautiful idea of just cookie vault, and then child is like, I am Captain Sparkle Princess and you are under arrest. Bang, bang, bang. Like, I love that.
I don't know if temp name niece Sparkle Princess would like be
nickname.
super wahahaha, or if it would be Ada who would do something like that. Like like she would like pretend to be General Hawk.
Oh, that would be so funny. She pretends to be General Hawk. Oh my god. No, she pretends to be General Hawk, and then her niece doesn't get it. Her niece is like, why are you doing that? That's not funny.
Yeah, like she overacts it, and like her niece just does it.
She just whoop, does it. Not funny. Okay, well, I love that. I think that's a great concept. I love the idea of her playing cops and robbers, and she's like, oh, you killed me. Oh my god. Oh, I'm dead. That is how I play with my nieces. So I love that.
Yeah, I could tell that felt genuine. I felt that came from a place.
It was very genuine. We do that. When you're the adult, you always have to lose. So it's like, it was so cute. I love that. Okay, so let's do angry. What do we think for angry for Ada? Do we think it's a battle thing? Do we think like the enemy wins? What do we think for angry?
So I feel like Ada wouldn't really get angry unless people were needlessly hurt, or like somebody really started to push her buttons regarding her machine body.
Oh, gotcha.
Like, I feel like she wouldn't necessarily, like, when she's like just out day to day, she's just kind of, she'll get angry, but like, manageably angry.
Right.
But like to get to that, I feel like she would like to get into that growling, I'm gonna fuck you up state.
Right.
She like, it would have to be something really drastic where she just kind of breaks down and starts to murder whatever she wants to murder, whatever she sees. Actually, hang on, this was all written down in her character Bible.
Oh.
Yeah, there is a character Bible for Ada, so let me see if I can grab.
Yeah, go looking through it. I'll take some stuff while you're looking through things. I am wondering if Ada is the type of anger that is like cold-blooded rage, or is it like hot, yelly, screamy fury rage? Like, is it eyes go soulless, the gun gets cocked, and like headshots and barely a word? Or is it like you're playing D&D and you're a barbarian and you just roll through yelling expletives while you smash people?
I feel like her rage would be at first very vocal, and then it would just go cold from there. Ooh. Like she would let out that shriek, and then just start like rearranging heads. So I actually like listed off what would really piss her off in this character card already. Okay. So it's like, insinuate she's not human, hurt somebody innocent, brags about horrible exploits, you betray her trust, you look down on her, or insinuate she's not good enough. And even mentioned in the original character cards, like, it's hard to get her to snap. Yeah. But if you do get her to snap,
yeah, you dead. Like
you fucked up. You're done. It's over. It's done. It's done. Yeah, it's like a pissed Ada will more than likely punch an opponent into submission or death. She feels like ripping abhorrent people apart with her bare hands. Not with a
Ooh,
long-range pistol, but those who
no,
face her wrath run the serious risk of literally getting their faces caved in. She will not care if you die. That's one of the fun things about the character is she's a somber soldier, basically, because one of the first things you see her do in the short is she just shoots the guy in the back.
Right. No,
Like, she shoots one of the mooks in the back.
Yes, that just gave me the, like, punch someone to submission thing, just gave me a really good idea point, actually. So my thought process is, yeah, because that might be, okay.
I guess I can give you a scenario or something, unless you
You
have a scenario
you
cooking.
can. I was like, the way that my brain was thinking was like almost as if, because I like the idea of her like punching someone to death, which sounds crazy. But like big bad villain type of energy, but it's like with each sort of punch is like a this is for like such and such, or like this is for the people you betrayed, and like this is you don't get to cry, like that type of thing, where it's almost like when the big bad villain has like killed people that are significant to the story, and she's just sort of like in rampage mode where it's like it's your turn to suffer. So
Have you ever
like
watched Yu Yu Hakusho?
I have not.
Oh, there's a bunch of scenes like that where Yusuke's like, "This is for this, and
Yes.
this is
That's
for Kuwabara, and this is for pissing me off."
that is the energy it's giving me. Which I kind of am down to go with. I'm just trying to think of what terms vocally she would say it. Hmm. Hmm.
I would say it's a bit of pre-directing to just get that growl in there. Like, get that
Oh yeah.
growly anger.
Oh yeah.
Like a
Growly anger for
loud,
sure.
forceful, and growling anger.
Let's see. Hmm. Um. Ooh, okay. Something's coming to brain. Let's see, brain. Let's see how we want to do this. Usually sets of threes are best. So if we do, this is, yeah, because I like that language too. I like the language of like this is for such and such. I like that. This is for. These are the ones that always make you think when you're in improv, because you know the energy and the vibe that you want, but trying to think of the actual language sometimes can be difficult.
So what's the scenario you got cooking?
It's pretty much like big bad villain is on floor. Ada has like finally taken them to the ground type of thing, and it's just sort of like, you know, like this is for the all the children, you know, without parents, or like this is for the people you left lying in the streets, and
The
like
Cookie Factory orphanage just got blown up, and
you literally
like this is combination of two things.
Oh my god, yes. Oh my god.
Like, you have a dystopian society, but there's a Cookie Factory orphanage somewhere.
Hell yeah, there is. Hell yeah. Oh my god.
Yeah, and like, you know, the guy who did is like gloating about it. It's like, yeah, it's like take over the Cookie Factory.
Oh my god. That's like Shrek, but dystopian.
Oh, and when I saw her first.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Let me see. So oh, okay. So this is all gonna be non-real lore that I'm about to spew, but
yeah, don't worry about it. We're ad-libbing in this one.
yeah, we're gonna ad-lib, we're gonna play, and just to sort of get in that position, in that place. So I think I have something. So let me see here. Let me get some water before I growl. Oh. see how far I can get through this one before my throat wants to murder me. Okay. Let's see here. Oh, also, I was about to yell that into the mic. Do not need to break eardrums. Okay. This is for the children you left without parents! This is for the people slaughtered on the sidewalk! And this is for me and what you did to me. Oh! Oh, I love that. Oh, I love that. I love that pure, like no
like hysteric
breath.
rage, because
yes.
you can almost hear her like crying in that.
Yes, that's exactly what I was trying to say. It's like, it's not just anger, it's like desperation. It's like, finally I'm able to, like, it's like revenge plots or vengeance plots, where it's like finally they get to the person and they're taking out the revenge and the vengeance, but while they're doing it, their subconscious is slowly realizing, uh-oh, this isn't actually fixing anything. Like, I feel good, and I'm angry as fuck, and I'm gonna tell you you're a piece of shit while I cry and I punch you in the face. But also, I'm crying because I know that the second you're dead, all I've done is kill a dude. Like, oh,
I wonder what
that.
would happen if you snapped that up. Like, I like those lines, because that's the line where she actually is on top of somebody punching his face in. Like, now, I would say, like, for this particular one, I would request, like, matching the image and just going, oh, I'm, like, something really simple, like, oh, I'm not gonna let you get away with this.
Ooh.
Or you're gonna regret the shit, like, something like that. Something
cold,
you know,
like, directed.
Yeah, candid but cold. Like, just stock cold dialogue and see where it goes.
Oh, I love that. Okay, let's see.
Or, like, if you lay one hand on any more people,
oh, I love if you lay one hand.
In half. Yeah, if you lay one hand, one finger, whatever, on any of those people, I'm gonna break you in half.
Oh, I love that. Okay, all right, hold on. Let me have brain tick. I got it. Okay, here we go. Don't move. You move an inch, and I will put a bullet straight between your eyes. Try it. I would love to see what you look like all over the wall. Oh!
Now, the best way to end that, right?
Yes.
I love that. The best way to end that is, like, we used to have that quiet try it, and then you do it again, but, like, with a bit more force. Like, your finger's actually really on the trigger. Try it. Try it! Like,
you want to do the There's my throat kicking in. You want to do the power end.
Boy.
Okay.
Yep.
I got you. Let me give my throat his water. For the record, y'all, don't damage your voice when you voice act.
Do not. Always hydrate and keep your voice in, tippity-toppity condition.
Yes. I have and always will be a bad influence. So, I'm not a role model. Don't fucking follow me. Like. Okay. So, alright. Don't move. You move an inch and I'll put a bullet straight through your eyes. Go ahead and try it, and then we'll power end it with try it. Okay. Here we go. Don't move. You move an inch, and I'll put a bullet straight between your eyes. Go ahead. Try it. Try it!
You alright?
Yeah, I'll live. Like I said, not a role model.
Oh, you need some milk.
had a whole thing of water in my mouth when you said that. I was trying not to spit it out. Oh my god. Yeah. No, I'm fine. She sits in an interesting place. A place that she really, like, should not sit in my vocal cords. She's actually a lot higher than I put her. I just tend to, when I go angry for these characters, I tend to put it in my throat. But that's why we work on it. That's why acting is a process, baby. You gotta work on moving things. But for now, she's in the throat.
She sits there. She lies in the throat. She exists.
She does. Her and Ash Ketchum. Her and Ash Ketchum fucking sit in the throat. It sucks. Ed Sexball. He's a lot harder to do because he sits solely in the throat, whereas she just goes there when she's angry. But, oof. Anyway.
So what happens when you, like, use your whole stomach for that grunt there?
So here's the thing. The noises are placed in the right place. So I have always, and I always will, with my vocal work and my training, because yes, when you do acting and vocal shit as a career, you actually do have to, like, train and work every single day. You're never done. So part of the vocal things that I work on is moving things back into the place they should be. But noises are usually 9 times out of 10 actually in the correct place for me. I don't know what it is, but all of the, like, the hit noises, the hurt noises, like getting hit, or sounds that you would make when you're punching and things like that, even screaming, and crying and laughter all tends to sit correctly in my diaphragm. So I could, like, scream for, like, an hour straight and be fine. But you try and tell me to do one angry line, and all of a sudden, my vocal cords are like, what if we put it in your throat, though?
Yo, I'm curious. What if we put it in your diaphragm? Where does it go there?
That's a good... It might... I can try it. It might get a little too low, but let me try it. Let's see.
You might be surprised that low might be, like, perfect for it.
That's true, because she would probably get lower when she's angry. All right, let's see. Let's put it down a little lower. Okay. Don't move. You move an inch, and I'll put a bullet straight through your eyes. Go ahead. Try it. Try it! Yeah. See? Diaphragm is better.
Yeah, it's a lot stronger. It holds, like... She also sounds like she's supported. Like, that's not a, I'm quivering, try. That's a, try it.
That's where it's supposed to be. Ladies and gentlemen, that's why we work every day, is to try and get those down to where they're supposed to be in the diaphragm. Some of us,
we try it. There we go.
We try it. Exactly. That's how we work on it. Some people can't cry to save their lives. Other people put all their voices in their throat. Like,
yeah, like, I really like where that sit, because, you know, obviously she's angrier, and she's just like, I'm gonna fuck you up.
Yeah, I like that one. It's a very, like, and when it's actually sitting there and I focus on putting it there, it's very nice and powerful in the diaphragm.
Yeah, that's like the really fun thing about voice acting characters, is that, like, sometimes you'll have a character voice, quote unquote voice.
Yeah.
But then, like, sometimes you'll, like, have to do something that's outside of the range of that character voice, so you let it slip a bit into your own voice. While still letting it be that character, and it works just as fine because it's all your voice. So obviously, as long as you're not doing a completely different delivery, it just works.
Well, and that's the thing with Ada too, is a lot of my low voices, and it's interesting because a lot of people, when they work on it, will think it's a pitch thing. They're like, oh, well, you can't get that low, so that's why it's going up into your throat. And sometimes that's possible, but for me, the low voices are actually like, the pitch usually 9 times out of 10 will sit where it's supposed to sit. Like, I can do a lower voice than what I do for Ada, and it will sit where it's supposed to sit in the diaphragm and in the chest. So it's less pitch and it's more intensity for me, because For me, um, when I up an intensity of an emotion or of a line, whatever it is, I'm a physical performer. So not every voice actor is as physical. I'm a very physical performer. So it's not just like, oh, I will up the intensity of my voice. My entire body is like starting to like, I need to tense up. I need to act like you can hear it. I need to like
Yep.
act like I'm the whole body will start to tense and the whole body will start intensifying with that vocal speech. So, because it's doing that, it's now restricting where my vocal placement is. Because if I wasn't tensing with my body, it wouldn't go up into my throat and kill me. It would stay
It
down
kind
lower.
it reminds me of what happened when I was doing a piano class at UArts.
Ooh.
I don't play piano, so
Okay.
I was learning. Right, part of learning is learning sheet music. I still don't
Yes.
have hand independence, but I was learning
Yep.
with sheet music,
Mm-hmm.
and it's a whole class, right? It's like I'm gonna say 8, 9, 10 people in this class,
Okay.
and everyone's asked to play at the same time. Now, if it's tap, right, I can if people go off key or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
I tap louder to pull people back into it
Got
because I'm a
you.
tap dancer. If anyone needs to know, but I'm really confident in tap. I'm a professional, so
Right. Right.
I've
Right.
been doing it since I was
Training.
7.
Yup.
Yeah, so it's like if people go off key, I know the key in or the tune or
Yes.
tempo, whatever.
Yeah.
I can pull people back into tempo just by tapping louder.
Yeah.
But like with the piano, right? As everyone started to go off, I got quieter, and the teacher
Yup.
called me on my bullshit. She was just like, "I can barely hear you." I'm like, "Oh damn, she's got good ears," but
Yup. Yup.
I can barely hear you, and I'm just like, "Oh, I was I wasn't sure. I
Yup.
was not I didn't have a real excuse for it, but like I wasn't sure what to do, or I
Yeah.
was sure, but I didn't know how to play
Yeah.
it properly. It was getting weird,
Yeah.
and she just told me
Subconsciously.
flat out, and she just said that's because you're not confident with the
Yep.
material. And so I guess like all this to really say, like, as you voice a character more and more, you are going to find where that character sits comfortably,
Absolutely.
like with the
Absolutely.
intensity and like what part of your body it sits in best. Because
Yep.
like I highly doubt like SpongeBob Tom Kenny SpongeBob
Yeah.
sits in his
Yeah.
diaphragm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like,
Exactly.
he's up here all the time, right? So he's
Right.
really high up there.
It's true, and it's very it's practice, right? And that's what nobody ever wants to hear about
Mm-hmm.
when like anytime someone's like they want to try acting or they want to try whatever. I love it when people do that. Um you just have to remind people that the arts, if you're going to do it as a career, are just as much practice as doing like a sport professionally is. The
Oh,
only way
absolutely.
that the only way that you find how to do it and how to work it is to practice it every single day. And also, but with that, right? It's not I hate when oh my god. I hate when people use that as a deterrence because like when I
Mm-hmm.
say that I'm never like saying that to people to be like you shouldn't do this thing because it'll take years and years of practice. No, bitch. I'm telling you that so that on that day when you go to do that voice and you hate yourself and you feel like a piece of shit because what's happening to you is what's happening to me right now where you're hurting your throat and you can't seem to get it out of there and you can't seem to do it right, that you don't think that it's because you're shitty. You go, okay, I'm not there yet because I need to continue practicing to put it in the right place, but I can be there, right? So it's
It's
like,
also a really funny thing because, like, as you're speaking, you're saying it's deeper, it's deeper, it's deeper. Your voice is deeper in your own head
oh
because
yeah, oh
your head's the
yeah,
thing that's vibrating as you speak.
oh yeah, absolutely.
So
Your
it's like
voice is
I'll tell
totally
you, like,
different.
actually, no, that sounds a lot better. Like that was a bit
Mm-hmm.
high. You want it to be a bit lower, and you'll be like, wait, what? Really? So that's
Oh yeah,
that's the fun of having a director around. It's like you want to pull that just a bit lower down into your diaphragm, also, so you don't hurt your throat as you're doing
exactly,
the
right?
character voice.
And it's all
And
about, yeah.
eventually it'll start sitting there very naturally, and
Mm-hmm.
you'll be able to switch between, let's say
Mm-hmm.
if the character sits in the throat, you'll be able to switch between having that character in the throat and pulling
Mm-hmm.
down and pulling
Yep.
back up and pulling, I don't know, pulling over, doing it from the shoulder, I don't
Yes.
know.
Yeah. Yes. Oh,
That's
and
not even a
everybody.
thing. That's just the thing I said.
It might be a thing for some of us who
It
are
might be a
physical
thing, right? Like you
performers.
just voice act from the shoulder, you just go
Yeah.
like, but you're like twisting your body ever so slightly.
Well, it's so funny because like for somebody who's a physical performer, like especially a physical voice actor performer, I have a lot of voices that are like, and then there's also the voice where the best slash worst part is not when you can't do it or when you can't consistently do it. It's when you're in the middle ground of like you're not where you're supposed to be, but you also know you can fix it. So you have to go, no, hold on. Okay, there we are. Like, because that's like,
It's like la la la. No, wait.
yeah, right. Like,
Oh.
yeah, it's like you're practicing like singing and stuff. Because that's what I call him the Ash Ketchum voice because he just sounds like Ash Ketchum. But that's where my little boy voice is when I first started doing him. It was like way in the wrong place in the throat and would like damage shit. And then the more that I practiced not putting him in the throat, now I know immediately when I'm like, no, he doesn't go there. Bring him up. Like, it's so funny. Oh my goodness.
That's the same thing with my young male voice. It's just like it became Vic Mignogna, but I'm fine with that.
It's like, hey, I'm Vic Mignogna.
Yes.
I wear pants that are just a tad bit too tight.
But yeah, it's just, finding what works for you. But
yeah,
okay.
that's the best part.
Yes. Okay, so we have
What
one
would you say
left
the last
of her.
emotion would be? Because those were perfect.
Yeah, the last one's gonna be sad. We usually do some sort of sadness. And just, for clarification for folks watching and for you as well, since you've not done this series with me before. Happy, angry, and sad are very, like, vague. So it's totally, like, sort of like how we did with angry, where we did sort of the cold rage and the intense rage. Sadness could be anything from, like, depressed sadness to, like, overwhelming emotion to, like, crying to, like, even very cold, this thing happened years ago, but now that I'm telling the story, I'm sad again. Anything, right? So what do we think maybe would put Ada in some sort of sadness state?
There's a character who exists in this story that will be
Okay.
revealed shortly.
Okay.
And this character is a lot more of a cyborg than she.
Okay.
Right. And so Ada fears this character. Not because like this character is a lot more of a deadly cyborg, but like just because, she's basically a brain in the jar at this point.
Oh.
So like that like just kind of disturbs her, like just the idea that she's not human enough. I feel like just talking about the not human enough element in Ada will get her to like, in that headspace.
Okay.
I can't really imagine her in a situation where she's like seriously crying.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Like
the same thing.
I could picture like 2 or 3 situations that are like really intense. Those are really spoilery, so I better beware.
Yeah, let's not do that. But okay,
yeah, I better
so
beware.
I like the idea of like a somber sadness where she's sort of like, or even an insecure sadness with the idea of not being human enough. When you say not being human enough, what do you think that means to her? Like, because technically a brain in a jar is still a human brain, right? So what does human mean?
I think that's actually a perfect analogy for it, because while the brain in the jar is technically a human brain, I don't think Ada would consider it that. That's the fun. That's like the fun thing about it. Whereas like Ada's perspective on that would be like, it is, but is it really? Like, where's your emotions and your feelings?
So
that's where Ada would like run. That's where Ada and the actor would run into a disagreement about it.
Interesting. Okay, yeah, because definitely we're on separate sides there. I think the way that I would translate that into something that makes sense to my brain would be, in my head, to me, that's the idea of a soul. So for her, that's like actually humanity, which I totally get and I totally respect. I think to translate that to me, I'm going to focus more on the idea of, rather than a brain in a jar type of environment is no longer human, more of lost the humanity that comes with it, like the soul and the empathy that sort of comes with it. I think that might be a good way to translate it.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Okay. So let's see.
Like
here.
Ada's just philosophizing. What is a soul? what is humanity?
This is my
It's got like a little
alternate
apple in
dimension
one hand.
Ada. Yeah, exactly. Alternate dimension Ada, where she's just sort of philosopher with an apple being like, I can't eat this because I am made of metal, but...
Yeah, Ada's so this probably won't ever be mentioned in series, but it's
Mhm.
not like a spoiler or anything. It just probably won't ever be mentioned. Ada like sits, she's a Christian, but she's
Got
also a
you.
stoic, like a philosophical practicing stoic.
Right.
So that actually would probably those
Yeah.
questions keep her up at night. She's just like, oh,
Humanity and soul.
like
Yeah.
even her, right? Because with the idea of a soul comes like, okay, when someone dies, they don't really come back. If you've been dead for 12 hours and you
That's a
get
good
revived, that would be a
point.
very, very, very off-putting experience, I think.
That's an excellent point. Huh.
Like, whether you believe you're human or not, I feel like dying for 12 hours and being like, oh, by the way, your body was in pieces. You were dead, but we put some we reattached you with machine duct tape. You're back. The fuck? What the hell?
Interesting. There might even be like inside of that, there might even be a note of like, should they have done that?
Absolutely. That's where Ada sits. Ada sits on the. It's like she's not going to like jump off a cliff or anything because she's so
Right.
depressed about it. But like she's also just like, sometimes I don't think they should have bought me back. There you go,
Right.
perfect somber line. Sometimes I don't think they should have bought me back because, interestingly enough, like when you mentioned earlier, like Ada does things with purpose.
Right.
One of the things she did with purpose, but like she was in over her head, was that she went off to go and stop the terrorist attack that basically led to the explosion that led to her body being, blown apart.
Yeah.
So there is this question in the back of her mind, always scratching. It's like, should they have done this? What even am I anymore?
That's so interesting. Yeah.
And for a person who fundamentally believes in a soul, having like this body that you question if your soul's there. Now, the answer to this question is obviously your soul's there. But
right. But like that's not the point. No, I love this because it's like I recently I've been watching Critical Role play Candela Obscura, and there was a character, spoilers because this is very recent, so please big spoilers. There is a character that is very much sacrifices themselves on purpose for the rest of the people, and then specifically gets denied the ability to die for that sacrifice, and someone else dies instead. And so that kind of feeling is kind of, I think, what I'm gonna pull into this, because Ada did die, but they also,
she has survivor's guilt.
Exactly, right? Because she went in there going, I know I'm dying. I am doing it to save these people. I've lived a life. This is my final end. And then to wake up and be like, what the fuck did you do? Why am I here? Like, I was supposed to die there and you robbed me of that decision. Like, yeah, I like that. Okay.
One last thing about this. You ever watch a zombie movie and you have a character like, what do zombies think? Like, do they think? Are they trapped inside there? I feel like that's how Ada would view this character who's a brain in a jar. She's like, are you trapped in there? Because this other character doesn't exhibit emotions at all. Like, they were already a super cold assassin like character anyway, so they don't have any emotions to begin with. But being emotionless cyborg is like terrifying to her. And she also wonders if at any point the government can shut her emotions off.
Oh, God.
Which is another thing that you worry about when your body is a machine made by somebody else.
We are too many layers in. Okay, hold on. There's so much happening here. There's too many layers. Okay. All right, I think I've got something. All right, let me see. I'm definitely going to go like somber versus like emotional territory. So let's see. No, you don't get it. I'm not me anymore. I'm metal and steel and I mean, I might as well be that thing. What is the difference between that and me? Do you know? Because I don't. Ooh, I like that.
Spicy.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah, I like that too. It's really funny because like this whole conversation is like comes in the layers of no spoilers. I can't spoil it, obviously.
Right. No
It happens
spoilers.
fairly early on though, so at the very least, everyone will be like, "Oh," they'll look at this live stream like, "Oh."
Yeah.
Let's just say I'm not a very nice god to write for characters.
Yeah, we know.
Let's just say I'm not a very nice guy to write for characters. If your character winds up with me as the writer, they're probably going to go through some shit.
Oh, they're gonna go through pain and trauma and probably lots of death and rebirth and then dying again.
Yeah, basically. I love that. So it's really funny, right? Your take on it's a bit more theatrical. I would definitely say like you have a much more theatrical take on it. Whereas if I were to direct a scene like that, I would say go for like actual candid talking.
I see
where it's
that.
like when you're doing direct, when you're being theatrical, you tend to inflict upwards.
Yes.
Whereas let's say you're doing it realistically, you're mulling to yourself. So a theatrical take would be like, "What am I doing?" Whereas a somber take would be like, "What am I doing?" Like you're just mulling it down and constantly carrying it down into the pit of your stomach, I guess.
Right. Like you're talking to yourself versus trying to talk to somebody else. I feel
Yeah,
that
the fun part about being a director and like also a fellow actor in this is that I can, if I can't describe it in words, I can describe it in like a take of my own. So let's say it's like, let's say I use the line, "Why am I here?" Like sometimes I wonder if they should have ever bought me back. Right. You can do it theatrically. It's like, "Why am I here?" Like sometimes I wonder if they should have bought me back. At that point, I would say like that's the soliloquy performance.
Right.
That's your to be or not to be. Whereas the other line, the other way, probably like the more film and TV way, I'm going to call it, or like the more personal way is, why am I even here? Like, why did they even bring me back? I don't know. Like,
Yeah. It's much more like
as you say it, you kind of sink it. You kind of feel like you want to sink into yourself.
You sort of collapse very much.
Like you want to shrink down as you say it. You're just like, ugh.
Exactly. It's very like devastated. Like you're kind of like almost like hopeless. You're like in this wandering state. I feel that. Yeah, I can definitely see the different like versions of going with it. And there's like there's so many layers because there's so many other things that you could say too, right? We could touch on the whole concept of they made her come back to life. We could touch on the whole concept of like it's not her anymore or is it her anymore? All sorts of things. So it's just really interesting because it comes down to like what words encapsulate that for you as a person. So that's so interesting.
It only dawns on me now as we're doing this live stream that despite like all the the wacky designs and the angular faces, there's a lot of body horror in this. There's a bit. I was like, oh wait, that's a lot of body horror. My God.
You wrote like a whole shit of body horror and then put a little smile on it, like, and made it
there
like
we go. Yeah, exactly.
80s style anime drawn, and I was like, okay. So we Evangelion in it. Got it.
Yeah, okay. So that's actually my backstory. An 80s style anime fucked me up. As an anime from the 80s. It's named Barefoot Gen. It fucked me up.
Okay.
6 Ways to Sunday. Do not look that movie up, guys.
Okay, yeah.
Well, you will thank me if you never see that movie.
All right, so let's move to Sophia here. We'll pull up a few drawings of Sophia. So we've got the cute little sketches, which are adorable.
It's like Sophia at 2 different points in her life.
I love the glasses and the little baby like freckles. That's so cute. And then we've got this one, which was like one of the original ones, I think.
That's a lot earlier. She was a lot more angular, and I was like, nah, her hair needs to probably be a bit more curvy than angular.
Yeah, and it's
She almost reminds me of Bakura from Yu-Gi-Oh.
Oh my god, she does. Oh my god, she does. Oh, that old anime style, bro. Oh. Also, like, I think it's interesting to see like the original design of this, and then go into like the latest design with like the soft angles and things like that. Because it helps with the contrast of how Ada is drawn and how Ada is perceived and perceives herself versus how Sophia is and how they interact together. And then of course
I
we've
will
got the
say I
whole
really like her
Sakura.
expression in that drawing, though. It's like these two drawings. I love her expression.
Yeah, it's a
She seems
good
she
expression.
like seems really nonchalant.
Yes, yes. This
She
is
just seems like she'd be like,
yeah.
"Hey, what's up?"
This is very like older sister, but she gives you a blunt type of energy. Like,
Oh my god, I gotta steal that now.
that's kind of what she is. She gives it to you and then tells you to make sure you eat food before you smoke it. Like, that's kind of. She's
Yeah,
like,
and it's like
bro.
she was a nerd, so it's like it's funny that she went from like being this Poindexter to like cool big sister energy,
Yes.
but she is modeling after Ada.
It's so
So it's
funny. They're a little circle. I love them. Okay. So let me throw out some of the words I have for Sophia here. So, um, motherly, but in a big sister way. That's a lot of what we've been talking about, where it's like, like, I'm gonna make sure you're okay. I'm gonna make sure you're not hurt, but then I'm gonna slap you upside the head for being stupid type of energy. Um,
absolutely her energy. That's her vibe.
Yes. I also have listener because I think that Ada doesn't necessarily open up a lot. So I think that when she does, Sophia is always going to be the person she's going to, and Sophia is never the type of person who will shut it down. It's always like talk. Whatever you need to
You've
say,
nailed it.
say.
Perfect.
Yeah, right? So and then I have so this goes into Ada's thoughtfulness, and I think this is where they cross just a little bit. Um I think she thinks before she makes a decision. I don't think she's impulsive. But she's not thinking in the way that Ada is an analyst and has everything mapped out. She's more thinking on the emotional side of things, where she's like, all right, you need some hard love. I'm going to tell you this. Or, okay, right now you just need a shoulder. Like, we're going to be quiet. Let me go get some hot chocolate, whatever. But she's still thinking. It's not like she walks over and she's like, you dumbass bitch, why did you say that? Like, so she's still got some of that. And then the other thing I said, I like to use a lot of different phrases. And one of the ones that I've used a lot in this series, is a protector. And protectors come in like a lot of different varieties. And what I think is funny is you would think that Ada is the protector because she physically fulfills that role. But to me, I see Sophia as a protector here because she is a safe haven. So she's sort of this like unit of, I don't necessarily go out and beat up the bad guys and like get in the fights and stuff, but when all of my soldiers are done on the front line, they come back to a bed and a bowl of soup and like their favorite YouTube show on. Like, it's very, like, it's that kind of protector energy. And like if she was gonna, I think peak energy of that version of a protector, as I die, is
Oh no.
is like traditional. If you go traditional movie style, where it's just like orphanage, and one woman runs it, and people try to like show up to the orphanage to like get one of those children, but they're like bad people. And it's very much the woman who like opens the door and is like, she's the soft, lovely mother lady, but also she gonna know right away that you a bad bitch and you trying to steal her children, and she gonna open that door and go, you got a warrant? Like, she's not playing games.
I love how you're describing this because for people who don't know, I gave Rachel here bits and briefs of her, but like she's actually perfectly describing the character from the prompts I gave her, which were not like, I didn't give her this. She knows. She knows. She knows. I feel like both her and Ada have like this fun little emotional social intelligence going on. but like it shows in different ways, right? Ada kind of runs into a problem a bit before realizing what a person's
Yes.
intentions are, whereas she's able to just kind of pick up
Yes.
what a person's intentions may be.
Absolutely. I think Sophia is much more. They're both socially adept. I just think that Sophia is able to do it a lot smoother than Ada is. I think Ada has to do a bit of like processing before she can be like, oh, don't say that thing. Or like, do say that thing. Whereas Sophia's kind of like, I don't even need you to say words. I know what this, and she can feel the energy almost.
Uh-huh.
But anyways, yes. So that is sort of Sophia. I'm glad to hear that I'm in the right range and I'm getting things correct. But it also just speaks to the drawings. And I say this every time, like, the way that you draw her is entirely, like, gives this energy. And it's just something about how soft especially the newer designs, how soft the lines are and the features are, and the ones where she's younger in the sketches, even those are like smiling and they're very like informal type of energy. And the older designs, even though they're a little bit like more jagged here, like you said with the expression is very laid back. It's very comfortable. It's very non-judgmental. So I think the drawings give this excellently. But okay, so let's.
I feel like she'd be a cool mom. Like
Yeah.
if you were her daughter, you'd be like, cool mom.
Oh yeah, 100%.
She's the mom who 100% goes like, so you fucked him up afterwards, right?
Yeah, literally. She's like,
that's
listen,
my girl.
Wait. That just gave me the best line. Hold on, okay, so we're gonna do a happy, angry, sad. But I don't know which one this fits in. I think it fits into happy. We're probably gonna go for happy here because I want like the motherly version of this, and I'm using exactly what you just said.
Oh, beautiful.
Okay, so voice range. Where do we want her at? We want her like a soft high.
Yeah, definitely a soft high where I feel like her voice should almost feel kind of like a cushion, if that makes any sense.
Yes, it does.
You ever hear someone who just speaks to you? It's like, I can use the best male example. It's oh God, what is his name from the Walking Dead game?
Yes. Oh my God, yes. Oh my God.
The guy who's like, oh my God, why can I not remember his name? But it's like, come on, Clementine.
Yes. Nope. I know.
Like,
I know the character name, and I can't think of the.
Yeah, it's like it's just on the tip of my tongue, and it's not there. I think it's like, oh God, I'm so mad. The Walking Dead
We know
game.
who it is. Yes. Oh my God. Editor, please insert the name of the actor here because he's amazing.
Yeah, he's like the main character of the first one, and like I don't remember his name.
Great. But yes, I know exactly what you're talking about. It's very much like.
Oh, Lee. His name's Lee.
That's a character, but I don't know the actor's name.
Oh, I was talking about the character, but yeah.
I mean, yeah, I know the character, right? And you are 100% correct.
Like it's always just that one person who sounds like their voice is pillows.
Oh yeah. Oh
well,
yeah.
all right, Clementine.
Okay, so. All right, so we're gonna try. Since the voice is not set in stone for her, we can always mesh it and meld it, but we will change. If we feel the need to, we'll change the voice as we do the different emotions with different lines of dialogue, instead of like trying to get a perfect voice. So I'll go with whatever's on the top of my head here for her, and I'll do this little happy line because I've got an idea.
All right.
Okay, here we go. Sit down. Okay. Now, we talked about this yesterday. We don't hit. No. We don't hit. No, I understand. Yes, it was a very good punch. You hit very well. But we okay, yes, your aunt would be very proud. But you know what? She deserved it. Good job. I just pictured her talking to the little niece like, listen, we don't hit. And the niece is like, but Mommy, did you see how I did it right like Auntie Ada taught me?
Like Ada's teaching the niece kung fu.
Exactly. And she's just like, okay, yes, but we're not supposed to. Yes, I know, but. And then she's just like, but Mommy, she was really mean. She called me like ugly or something. And then the mom's just like, yeah, you're right. She deserved it.
Like that one scene in Arcane, he's like, but you did knock that punk on his ass, right?
Yes, exactly. I fucking love that energy. I feel like she would be so proud. Like,
I like your take on it. It's really soft. So my thoughts are, like, as far as the character goes,
Whereas your, hey, this,
right.
that, I would add a bit of noise to it. Like to
Oh,
cushion it up. Yeah, like cushion it up,
interesting.
Like a bit of that cushion.
Oh,
where you
like a
can
little vocal
where you can tell she's
fry.
almost compensating for something, like she's soft, because she used to have a nasally voice, right, in the character sheet. So I feel like she's compensated for that with I don't know what to call that. That's probably a name for that kind of voice.
That's called. So the thing that you're adding is vocal fry.
Ah.
The problem with vocal fry, I will definitely try. The problem for
Excellent.
me with vocal fry, it's really difficult for me to do.
I googled vocal, it just came right up with vocal fry.
Yup. So it's I'll give it a shot. It might end up a little bit more nasally than you want it, but I will try it for the next line.
It might be really funny because if it winds up nasally, it'll almost come off like she's like naturally nasally speaking.
Oh
Like
my
yours
goodness.
truly.
Yeah. Vocal fry is very the higher in pitch I get, the harder it is for me to do vocal fry. So she's not the highest pitch, but she's in the front of the mouth, which is going to be very hard to bring the vocal fry from the back of the throat. But I'll see if I can bring her back a little, and I might be able to add it. But let's give it a shot. And it might work for an angry line too. What do we think her angry would be?
So actually, I think that line I gave you would probably be her angry
Ooh,
line.
you're gonna make me pull things up. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna make you use.
Oh my god. You might have to resend it to me.
Oh, it's like the last thing I sent to you. Oh wait, no, it's not. No, it's not.
It's not. Because
all right,
this is our first stream.
Oh man, there's a lot of stuff that got sent between then and now.
This is what happens when your first stream doesn't work.
It's like, oh god, how do we get first stream working?
And then we finally got it working and went, uh-oh, where's everything we were looking at?
So that's the line in itself.
Let's see here. So I'm just going to read
but
it.
But this is
folks.
probably less angry and more frustrated.
Frustrated's a form of angry. We take that.
There we go.
So I'm just going to read this for folks. So let's see. Listen, Ada, it's not just Dad. Mom wants to see you too. Look, I don't know if it's because you think she won't forgive you or that you're not worthy of forgiveness or whatever. But I do know, as a mother myself, I would stop at nothing, jump on any grenade, forgive any transgression just to see my daughter's face again. It's been 15 years. You already died once without seeing her. Please don't make them worry anymore. Ooh, that's interesting. Okay. Yeah, I feel the frustration in there. Wow.
If possible, the word transgression might be a little like just out there. You could always just say anything.
Yeah, transgression is a little. That's a little writer coming in there versus people coming in there.
I'll forgive any transgression.
Yeah, that's a little. Ooh, I don't think people say that. Let's see.
Sophie is smart. She can say it.
Okay.
Benefits of being a bookworm.
True. Alright, let's try something, and let's see how it goes. Let me pull this up on, a big boy screen so I can look.
By the way, I
up
might just now make that a character quirk. Just be like, so
Oh,
these are
no.
words.
These are words.
Here are the words that she has a very
She's got a
boisterous
big ol'
vocabulary.
big ol'
Our lexicon
time.
is is expansive.
Stream, I apologize. You just saw everything. I'm gonna actually copy and paste. I was gonna say, you just saw everything get a lot darker, but I realized I can copy and paste, and I'll just put it in my document instead of making everything dark. So let's put it over there.
Excellent.
Okay. So, enter, enter, enter. Alright.
This is gonna be fun to edit down, by the way.
We love our editor. Thank you, thank you. Thank you.
It's like, yeah, just cut the idle chit chat.
Yup. We love him very
Pauses,
much.
idle
He's
chit chat, be
lovely.
gone.
Yeah. Dun, 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 dun. Idle chit chat. Girl, you have 8.5 hours of like. Oh my god. Okay. Alright. So.
That's
We're
why I
trying-
guess we're gonna try and keep the meat and potatoes of this to like
Yeah.
manageable amount.
We'll see. Usually the double episodes are about 45 minutes, 40 minutes, but I think this is going to be a little longer. Okay.
Excellent.
Let's see what I can do here. Listen, Ada, it's not just Dad. Mom wants to see you too. Look, I don't know if it's because you think she won't forgive you, or that you're not worthy of forgiveness, or whatever. But I do know, as a mother myself, I would stop at nothing. Jump on any grenade, forgive any wrongdoing, just to see my daughter's face again. It's been 15 years. You already died once without seeing her. Please, don't make them worry anymore. Interesting.
Powerful. Very powerful.
That's interesting.
That's a very chilling performance you've got there.
Mm.
It's like you almost feel like, I don't want to critique it. But there's a critique I have. It's like I would assume that probably towards the end she goes from like talking to herself to pleading outward.
Yeah, I'm thinking, especially with the please, I'm thinking there once you get to the bottom, it's a bit more less angry and more of a oh my god, like
Yeah.
do the thing.
It's really interesting because like the way I wrote it, I think I remember my headspace when writing this. Like when you go worthy of forgiveness, comma, or whatever, comma.
Yeah.
But I do know as a mother myself, I will stop at nothing, comma, jump on a
Mhm.
grenade, comma, forgive me wrongdoing, transgression, whatever, comma. Just seem like that's like her thinking through her sentence.
Right.
As it were. Like when you have like a very big point to make, so you start using a bunch of synonyms to try and really push that
I
point.
got you.
But you're still muttering through your thoughts. Like you're still trying to find the
I got
right
you.
one.
You're thinking more like what do they call it when you write that way? Fuck.
There's probably a word for it, but you see, I'm a terrible writer. So.
Yeah, there's a term, stream of consciousness. You're thinking more stream of okay, all right, yup. See, this is friends who watch this video and are thinking, how the fuck do I do this? This is what I mean when I say you have to put it in a way that makes sense for your brain. So I completely understand what you're saying. I just needed the term in my head of stream of consciousness. Okay, I get it. I get what you're saying here. All right, let's try that.
It's also really funny because this is a long piece of dialogue, so it's almost serving as a
is.
soliloquy. Like she's basically talking to the audience at this point.
Ooh, we love a
Oh my
little
God.
soliloquy.
This
Okay.
reminds me of acting class. We had to do one of those.
Oh.
It's like, listen, man, I don't think we should be doing this.
Oh my
Nope.
God.
Like, I don't even...
And it's so interesting because most like soliloquies and I don't remember what the other one is called, but those kind of things actually usually are stream of consciousness. So like you wrote it correctly. It's just that most people don't read it that way because it's really hard to, like even on my first run, it's really hard to read a piece and understand without somebody telling you that it was supposed to be stream of consciousness. So, all right. Let's try that then. Do you want me to go more nasally with the voice, or is it okay where it sits?
I think where it sits is perfect.
Okay. All All right, good.
I would say try and pop some vocal fry in there if you don't have to hold it the whole way through.
Okay. All
I
right,
would say
yeah.
on words that you probably want to comfort something with, or like cradle, you can like try and slip it in there.
Got you. I see what you're saying.
And
Okay.
like, towards the end, plead outward. So it's like,
Yes.
please.
Yes. Towards the end, we're going to plead. That middle section is stream of consciousness, and maybe we're more frustrated at the beginning. I got this.
Yeah, like Wings of Redemption. Please.
Oh my god. Okay.
Look here, listen.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
I can't take this shit no more, man.
Oh, Lord. Okay. All right. So we're going to try this again. This is a large piece of dialogue. Okay.
Yeah, I know, right? Sorry.
Oh, it's fine. We love playing with shit. Sometimes the long ones are the most fun because you get to really like flow around and
you get to like stand on the stage under like the limelight.
Exactly, and you're just like, this
say
is my
what
moment.
you need to.
Like, okay.
I just learned limelight's actually short for quick lime, not green lime.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, so it's called a limelight because you burned quick lime at a really high temperature and it makes a bright light. Not because the limelight is green, but because it was made out of quick lime before electricity. Yeah.
Cool. Huh,
Right?
The more you know. I love shit like that. That's dope. Okay. All right. Let's see here. Okay. Listen, Ada, it's not just Dad. Mom wants to see you too. Look, I don't know if it's because you think she won't forgive you, or you're not worthy of forgiveness, or whatever. But I do know, as a mother myself, I would stop at nothing. I would jump on a grenade. I would forgive any wrongdoing just to see my daughter's face again. It's been 15 years. You already died once without seeing her. Please, don't make them worry anymore. Oh, I like that.
Excellent.
Oh, I like that. It's a nice, like, good amount of, like, you're able to make the journey in that paragraph from where you start to where you end. I like that.
Yeah, it's like this really nice. I feel like that paragraph is perfect also because it sums up the entire story plus their relationship.
Right. Huh.
Like, again, it's a soliloquy. It's like, hey, these are my thoughts.
Right. I like it quite a bit. It works really well. Okay. Well,
like, I like the idea that, she's a mom now, so she definitely understands what's going on.
Yup. The whole worldview has changed. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we have one left. We got sad.
All right.
What do we think we're doing for sad? Do you have any more pre-written dialogue for me?
I do not. Oh,
okay.
No.
So what do we think for sad? Apart from like child dies, because I don't need to do any child.
Yeah,
death.
we're not killing children.
Yeah.
Yet. No.
Not yet.
No, we're not killing children. Not yet.
What would make her sad?
I was wondering if I wrote any more like dialogue down, but I don't think I did for like Sophia. I wrote that one because I feel like that was perfectly encapsulates everything about the character and then some.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And I'm going through these chat logs really quickly to make sure that.
Yeah, take your time. I'm gonna see if I can think of anything that might make her really sad.
Oh my goodness, I forgot this drawing exists. Here, I'm gonna actually reply to it.
Oh no, are we showing the people more drawings?
Yeah, actually, this is like one of the original drawings that I did that never made it into this video, but here it is. Just type reply so you can see it.
Aww.
And
wow, that's from so long ago.
I know, right?
I will download this. I'm not gonna show it on stream. Sorry, stream viewers. Go watch the episode. But I'm gonna download that.
Watch it.
Yeah, so that our lovely editor can put it in real cute in the video. That's adorable.
Yeah, I guess what would make her sad is like I guess Ada just not being her being at an impasse with Ada.
Yeah, like they can't see eye to eye almost.
Yeah, again, like this character is like spoilerific. There's not too much I can show about this character, but I
Yeah,
feel like
yeah.
saying that the character is spoilerific shows my hand a bit, but it's all right.
Well,
It's
so
okay.
okay. So here's the thing with being at an impasse with Ada is we might end up in the frustrated territory again rather than the sad territory.
Hmm. I would say it depends on what part of the line you're at. So it's like,
Hmm.
I guess this is it then. We're not going to see eye to eye then, are we?
Hmm.
Like, I
Okay.
feel like you could reasonably say that in such like a somber way.
What if we went, okay, all right, tell me if I'm crazy. What if we
Ooh.
went before Ada tries to sacrifice herself, before she gets rebuilt, and we do a fake little conversation that didn't happen where Sophia is essentially like, are you stupid? No, you do not get to go walk yourself, like, go kill yourself for these people. You're gonna deprive, like, me from a sister? Like, your family from you? I don't know if she would have had a kid by then, but.
Um, My thoughts on this would probably be like she's meeting Ada in the hospital at that point.
Oh, yeah, that could work too.
Even though the hospital is a government facility, it's probably very much off limits.
True. Let's see. Oh,
Yeah, and that's the fun thing about writing. You're seeing as a writing side, we have to consider lore.
but
What's
okay,
being said.
but I know how we make this work. It's very simple.
All right.
We make it again, shit that didn't happen. But we make it as if she's gonna go run into danger again. And so this is after everything. And so they have a good relationship, right? Now Sophia has the kid. And so now we can do a moment of like, you're just gonna go like throw yourself right back into death again. Like there are people here who need you type of emotion type of thing. Ooh, that might be fun.
Would that like fall back under angry / frustration?
It might, but I'm gonna try and take it sad.
Okay.
I want to see if we can do a little bit more because I think Sophia's a little bit more open with her emotions. So, yeah, I'm gonna try and go sad with it, and we'll see where it hits. Okay, all right. Let's give this a shot here. Are you kidding me? You're just gonna run out there like we don't matter to you? I don't know if you've noticed, but this isn't just about you anymore. You have people who love you here. You have a niece who adores you. You can't just throw yourself away like that. Please.
I have an idea.
Okay, give it to me.
Because that starts out in the frustrated. We can end this with like Ada tries to make an excuse and then she interrupts like the first time. Ada stops and then she just pauses.
Yes.
I can't, like she finally breaks down
Yes.
and says, I can't lose you again.
Yes, we love an I can't lose you again.
Or we can't lose you again. Either or, right?
True.
Like,
but that is the best cliche line. I love it so much.
Listen, they're cliches, but they're good for this kind of stuff. They're perfect
cliches for a reason. That's why we use them, because they're good. Like, sorry. Okay, yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Okay, here we go. I can't lose you again. I know that maybe you don't care, but I care. And your niece cares, and mom cares, and dad cares. And we need you here. We can't do this without you. Not again. Ooh.
Perfect.
Oh, I
there was
love that.
Katara goes off on a rant that sounds like a lot like that.
She does.
I forget what moment it is, but she's like talking about she's crying to her dad, in like the
Yeah,
beginning of
yep.
season 3.
Yeah, when they meet him. Yep. I know what you're
So
talking about.
that's the energy I get from that. I love it because like it's frustrated, but it's also very sad.
Yeah. Ooh, that's a good place for her. I like that. Well, that is this.
Perfect.
I would say that this is the moment when we bring the two characters together and then we do a little improv scene with them, but the problem with that is they are both me. So, we're not going to do that.
I would love to hear that. That was to me that was the selling point of this stream. If you can try and differentiate their voices in real time.
All right, I can try, but we're going to need a very distinctive scene for me to do.
I would say go with idle chit chat. Just like make up an idle chit chat conversation with yourself.
Yeah, I think I fully agree. Okay, actually, yep, something came to my head. Hold on. Okay. Let's try this. Here we go. I make no promises. We will try. Okay.
We're doing it live.
Okay. Yeah, so I tried to tell her that that's just not how things work. But you know, Carrie, sometimes she doesn't listen and then they keep talking and talking and... Are you even listening to a word I have to say? Huh? Yeah. Carrie and Brad? Carrie and Brad? Really? I don't even know a Brad. Do you know a Brad? 'Cause I don't know a Brad, Ada. You could, you know, spare an ounce of your time to listen to your sister every once in a while. I'm sorry. There's a lot on my mind, okay? But I promise, next time, I'll listen to your dumb story.
Ouchie. Ouchie. That was. Ada just doesn't care. Ada's just like, fuck.
I love it because it's a bit of like, hello, bitch, listen to me, and a bit of like, yes, okay, I love you, but also, fuck you. Like,
Who is Brad?
right?
I feel like she's just doing this to fuck with Ada at this point. Like it's
Right?
a cover story.
She's like, do you know a Brad, Ada? I don't know a Brad. Meanwhile, Ada's like, I heard the entire thing. I just don't want to give you the satisfaction. Like,
yeah, Brad's there, and Jamil is there. And Timmy.
That was actually really fun. I enjoyed that. Oh,
Yeah, you can
goodness.
distinctly hear the differences between them. Like Ada obviously is playing aloof, but you can also hear the distinct, Ada has a much more whispery voice, like a much more thoughtful and whispery voice, and you carried Sophia with like that high pitch. You listen to me, please. So I like that. I like that you can distinctly tell who's talking and when.
Yeah, that was really cool. It was a great exercise for me too. I don't often get to do, like we said at the very beginning of this video, I'm not usually the Looney Tunes guy. I'm kind of the other side. So it's interesting to put them back to back and be able to make them distinct like that. But I think that's everything. You want to go promote them, where they can find you, all that kind of jazz?
Absolutely. So we are Studio YGKrow. Rachel's an auxiliary satellite member. She's with us. She's with us in our heart. She's with us in our soul. She's with us in our Discord server. She's with us all. We love her. We love each other very much. We are so happy to have her on board as Ada, who is the star of our biggest short to date, If There Is Zero. You can look us up on YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, all the big websites. just look us up. We'll be there. I'm not going to call it X. No one's going to call it X. But we're on Twitter. Shitter. And yeah, that's perfect.
Cool.
It's I'm glad to be here. I'm glad that you brought me on here for this very special first time stream.
Yeah, first live stream, kind of, technically. But we got everything
the
working.
First live stream.
Yeah.
That last live stream didn't happen.
Right? But yeah, for folks that are just watching this episode, of course, go follow them, go watch their short, go do all the jazz. And also, this is my first live stream, so you can catch me live on Twitch. You can go look up my name. It's going to be the same as the YouTube channel. You'll find me, same profile picture, all that jazz. It's just we get to be a little bit more goth and creepy on Twitch instead of YouTube. But anyways, you can go follow me on Twitch. You can join me for my live streams. I'm live from 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, so come join me. You can watch me do these episodes, have people on that I talk about. You can also stream auditions and things like that. So come join me, talk to me in chat. We got a Discord server as well. And yeah, Raz, thank you for being here. For this live stream. I'll do my little exit outtake that I do for these YouTube videos where I go, goodbye. I love doing that. For the sake of the live stream and folks that maybe are watching this live and or will watch it live in the future, I'm going to take probably a little bit of a break, probably at least 10 minutes, and then I'll be back in the saddle doing auditions and things of that nature. But yeah, we'll see you in a little bit. So let's see here if I can do this correctly.
Ooh, can I join you this time? Can I join it?
Yeah, you want to join?
Yeah,
Okay.
perfect.
Let's see if I can turn everything off. So, ready, chat? Here we go. We're gonna move it to. We're gonna turn off our microphone. Ready? All right, we are back. We are going to do some auditions now. So I'm going to pull it up. We're going to do auditions off of Casting Call Club. Let's see here. All right. So normally Casting Call Club is what I use to do a lot of the indie sort of auditions here. And I'm going to use specific filters just for my personal preference. If you ever want to go through it yourself, you can. And put in specifically what fits you. So you could put in like singer, you could put in director, you could put in editor, right? You can do fan content, you can do all sorts of things. You can even do like voice descriptions, genders, things like that. Personally, the only ones that I put on voice actor, of course, because that's what we are. And then I do a separate paid and unpaid search usually, but I'm open to all types of projects for the most part, so it's not super big to me. I do only really do original projects, though. I don't do fan works, I don't do fandom, so that's the one we're going to put on here. And then I don't put the rest of this down because I like to be open to whatever they put for me. So, let's see here. Let's look through what we've got and see what we want to do. Alright, so we put on voice actor and we put on original work. So let's see what we got here. Okay, so Pinnacle Games audio story. Let's view. Oh, quality approved. Okay. This job poster was reviewed by our team, believed to be legitimate, never guarantee legitimate. Well, that's good. We like to see that. The Pinnacle Games, Race for Immortality is on. Pinnacle Games is one of our audio new series, which will be a reality series competition of sorts, spanning multiple episodes. Think The Amazing Race. We are looking for 5 lead VAs, 1 male, 4 female, to be our lead competitors over the long course of several, probably 8 to 10 episodes. This is a long-term commitment, so please only submit an audition if you're committed. Concept. Sponsored by the multi-conglomerate bearing the same name, the Pinnacle Games is the ultimate competition that began almost 2 years ago with over 94 million applicants. And after a rigorous pre-screening phase, which evaluated every applicant's physical, mental, and emotional components, the field was split into 5 regions of 1,000 competitors each. Okay, cool backstory. It very much is like Survivor/Hunger Games. What are they looking for? 5 voice actors portray the finalists. Okay, 4 females, 1 male. 2 voice actors to portray co-hosts. Female, male. Okay, so very Hunger Games. Variety of voices and accents. VAs that can convincingly portray performing physical activities. Running, grunting, throwing, fighting. Okay, so actual, like, special effects and noises. Okay. VAs that can inject their characters with their own unique personality. Yep. Long-term commitment to the role, since it will involve a minimum of 8 episodes to be written and performed. VAs may audition for any number of roles. 20 to 40 an episode for each part. We calculate based on a per finished audio rate, 100 to 120 per finished hour. Makes sense, with the minimum being $20 per episode. Okay, that's pretty good for indie. Girl Power Audio is established and has a growing following. The other opportunities for paid work are likely. We're pretty chill to work with and pay our VAs timely. Feel free to check our recommendations. Okay, let's do that. Creator. Girl Power Audio, fantastical tales involving female protagonists, stable mediums, including several short stories, novellas, a novel, original comics, audiobook, screenplay. Okay. Some of the projects our producers have developed. Let's see. Girl Power Audio. Interesting. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I was a little interested about. Okay. Do we have any comments? Focused around our centralized theme of girl power. The product will provide different vehicles. Range and tone from PG family to more sensual erotic stories. Bottom line is we'll be looking for a variety of different actresses and voices. Yeah, that's what I figured. It's not bad. So one of the things that kind of irks me when people do posts and stuff is when you don't click anything for your, like, character picture. So, like, you don't have to have something there, because if you're an indie person, or especially, like, if you're not doing a visual piece, so if you're not doing animation, you're not doing an animatic, you're not doing something that has a visual element, you're just doing an audio recorded element, like a book or a drama or something like that, then you wouldn't need visual things, right? Because you're not doing that. But if you are doing an animation or a comic dub or something of that sort, you need to have pictures here. It makes your shit so much more legitimate, and it makes the auditioner feel better. Because if I'm going up here and I'm seeing this huge, like, thing where you've got, like, actual people on here, and you've got an actual title, and you've got a thing, and then I scroll down here and I see no images for each one of your characters, that doesn't make me feel good. That does not make me feel confident. I also don't like that they don't specify right away what kind of content this is, because, yeah, category unsure. It's either an animation or it's not. And also, like, if you make the gambit of content from family friendly to, like, NSFW R-rated, you need to specify right up here which one this is. Is it family friendly, or is it, like, rated R? We need to know right away. Right away. And, you know, that's just how it goes sometimes. It is what it is. But it's one of those things where, like, it doesn't necessarily mean that whatever it is like a scam or something. That's not what that means. It just means that it's maybe not the most professional. So I'm not going to do this one. So let's try the next one. So we're going to go ahead, and I think there's a hide here. Yeah, dismiss. So the barricade. This podcast is set in the same universe as the Marksbury incident, also by Pariah Podcasts. A con artist, detective, few local drunks, and their friends stumble into the middle of a plot by supernatural forces encroaching on the human world. The harder they fight for survival, the more schemes they uncover, and the more dire things become. That won't slow down their shenanigans, though. Modern setting with characters taken from classical literature and myth. Okay, let's try it. Ooh. Okay, so we have an image up here, which is awesome. We love that. We also have... I'm guessing these are news, so it looks like an actual, like, website is what they've given us here as well. So let's check this out. Yeah, this is an actual website with on their news side. Do they have a filled out about us page? No. They do have a crew page, though. They have a voice cast for Marksbury Incident, which is the other one they referenced. Okay. So this isn't bad. Yeah. This feels a little stitched together, but it does show that they've got each one of their pieces here, and looks like you can click on them. Yeah, that's great. If you can click on them, it takes me directly to it. That's exactly what we want. So this seems relatively good. Set in the same universe. Yep. Includes swearing, harsh language, and sensitive topics. Trans non-binary actors encouraged to apply. We love to see it. Okay. Since 2020 is pretty good. So let's see what they've got. So this is trans woman, so that's not us. This is soft-spoken and sweet, but tough as nails. Would always rather be polite, but will kick anyone's ass if required. Okay, female young adult. That we can fit into. All right, let's give it a shot here. So we're going to open up our DAW, which is Reaper. Make sure we are recording. and we will give it a shot. All right, let's see what we got here. I think if we're going to go soft-spoken, we're probably going to go into...
This voice up here tends to be rather soft, and we can do it with a little bit more punch if we need to go a little lower, too.
So I think that's where we're going to do our voice. So let's give it a shot.
I'm gonna count to 3, and then I'm kicking my way in. Only took me 30 seconds last time, so I hope you bought...
Oh, we hope you bought stronger hinges. All right, restart. Nerdy prudes must die. Nerdy prudes must die. Everybody wants those nerdy prudes to die. Can you tell what song has been stuck in my head? Oh. All right. So I'm going to count to 3, and then I'm kicking my way in. Only took me 30 seconds last time, so I hope you brought stronger. Yeah, I want to say brought so badly. I want to say I hope you brought stronger hinges. It says I hope you bought stronger hinges. Okay. Doesn't look like it, though. 1, 2. I was supposed to watch him, protect him. I couldn't do that, and then I wasn't even with him when he died. Bring him back. Bring him back right fucking now. I'm going after him. And I don't want to leave you. Okay. So I bought. Okay. All right, let's give it a shot.
I'm gonna count to 3, and then I'm kicking my way in. Only took me 30 seconds last time, so I hope you bought stronger hinges. Doesn't look like it, though. 1, 2... I'm gonna count to 3, and then I'm kicking my way in. Only took me 30 seconds last time, so I hope you bought stronger hinges. Doesn't look like it, though. 1, 2... I was supposed to watch him. Protect him. I couldn't do that. And then I wasn't even with him when he died. Bring him back. Bring him back right fucking now, or I'm going after him. I was supposed to watch him. Protect him. I couldn't do that. And then I wasn't even with him when he died. Bring him back. Bring him back right fucking now, or I'm going after him. I don't want to leave you. I don't want to leave you.
Fun. I like those ones. It's interesting, like, they were all very similar emotions. Kind of punchy, kind of forward, a little bit like, there's definitely like aggression in there. So let's see. Let's listen to it back. Now, hopefully this works. I don't know if this will work on stream. And we're about to find out. So, I mean, I guess I won't know. Y'all will know. We'll see. So if I go back, because I want to listen to what I just recorded, right? So what we're going to do, we're going to turn this off. All right, so hopefully y'all heard that. Let me show you my DAW just so you can see it. So this is my beautiful DAW that I'm running in. And I should have, yeah, recorded audio is all the way up. So it might be busting eardrums when it plays. Here, I'll check it. Let's see.
I'm gonna count to 3.
No, it should be all right. All right. I'm going to pop us back to this display so we can see what we're saying. So it sounded okay until we got to the second take of the second line. And you can hear the in my mouth when I say after. So let's do them all again. You don't always have to retake everything, but I like to do them in sets. And technically, most people want you to go ABC, ABC. So we'll do ABC, ABC this time. I don't like it because it's easier for me to tell the difference between takes when I go AA, BB, CC. Which, for reference, ABC versus AA, BB, CC. So ABC refers to each line of dialogue, and you would keep going with letters if there's more. But it refers to each line of dialogue. So A is the first line, B is the second, C is the third. Most people, when you do multiple takes, will want you to do a take of A, a take of B, a take of C. So take the first line, take the second line, take of the third, and then a new take of the first line, a new take of the second, and a new take of the third. Which is fine and cool and dandy, do whatever they tell you to do. But I like doing take of the first, different take of the first, take of the second, different take of the second, take of the third, different take of the third, because it's easier for me to hear the way I can change that piece of dialogue versus going all the way through it and then coming all the way back where I'm like, what did I do differently? I don't remember. But that's okay. We'll go ABCs unless instructed otherwise. Okay. So let's hit record. I think our voice is fine though. I think the pitch is good.
I'm gonna count to 3, and then I'm kicking my way in. Only took me 30 seconds last time, so I hope you bought stronger hinges. Doesn't look like it, though. 1, 2. I was supposed to watch him. Protect him. I couldn't do that. And then I wasn't even with him when he died. Bring him back. Bring him back right fucking now, or I'm going after him. I don't want to leave you. I'm gonna count to 3, and then I'm kicking my way in. Only took me 30 seconds last time, so I hope you bought stronger hinges. Doesn't look like it, though. 1, 2. I was supposed to watch him. Protect him. I couldn't do that, and then I wasn't even with him when he died. Bring him back. Bring him back right fucking now, or I'm going after him. I don't want to leave you.
I think that's good. Let's give it a listen, but I think that was good. Let's see. Here we go. Yup. I like those. Yeah, I like those. All right. So, let's export. All right. So, we cut the beginning. And then we cut the end. And then we want to make our lines a lot closer together so that we don't have super big pauses in between them. Ooh, that's a little close. We don't want super big pauses in between them because that's not helpful. We want them to smoothly transition. And not have super big boy pauses. Alright, that looks pretty even. So now we want to voice denoise. So we want to go ahead and render that. Nerdy prudes must die. Everybody wants those nerdy prudes. Cleansing of your kind. I recently, maybe not recently, when it dropped, I watched Nerdy Prudes Must Die from Star Kid, and I'm like all over it. My guy, like, absolutely adore it. And that song is stuck in my head. Well, apparently I have the hiccups too. That's a fun one. Okay. So, we want auditions, and let's see what this one is called again. Nerdy Prudes Must Die. Everybody wants this. This is called The Barricade. Alright. So, we make a folder that says The Barricade. And then we put our auditions in this new one. Nerdy Prudes Must Die. Oh, what's character name? The Warrior. Okay. So, we want to label it character name, which is The Warrior. And we want to underscore Rachel Schumacher, because that's my name. Nerdy Prudes Must Die. Everybody wants anti-socialite. And then we delete. And we upload. Everybody who wants these. So submit. Okay. We want to go into audition, CCC. That's what I call my casting club folder. Find the one we just did and enter it. Now, what do you put in the notes about your audition? Great question. So, I always copy and paste the same thing. I know it might sound crazy where it's like, oh my god, what do you mean you copy and paste the same? You can't do that. You can't copy and paste the same thing. What do you mean? But I do because, it's been doing this lately where it's been redacting my email. It's so fucking frustrating. It's like, bro, I wouldn't put my email there if I didn't want it to be shared. Like, whatever. We'll have to redo our open projects with voice actor and original content. And then we go here. So I copy and paste the same thing into here. All it is a very basic, hi, thanks for the opportunity to audition for your project. You can find me on Discord here. Although now they've taken away these. So there's no more numbers. It's just good old-fashioned Eskimo. And then email. Need to get rid of that. That's not how that's spelled. Mick. That's my lovely pretty email. Now it might still redact it because I have an @ here. So it might tell me I'm not allowed to say that. We're about to find out because that might be why I redacted it in the first place. But let's try it. It's uploading. Let's find out. Nerdy Poos must die. Alright, so this you can close, right? So it's telling me, yeah, it redacted it. Damn. Alright, so the way to get it to not do that, I don't know if I can edit this one. No, but I can delete it. Okay, so we're going to delete. Yep, and we're going to re-upload. Browse. Put the same one in. Control V. So the way to get it to not do the fucking redacted bullshit is we don't connect the @ so we go gmail.com. Yeah, unfortunately we have to put little spaces in there, otherwise it goes fucking crazy and has a heart attack. So we're gonna try this one, see if this one will keep it or if it's gonna fuck me over. Nerdy prudes must die. Nerdy prude must die. Everybody who wants. Alright, so refresh. Cleansing of your kind. There we go. Now it included it. Cool. So unfortunately we have to do all that so that it doesn't automatically like redact and block your shit. But now we're good and we're clean. So we can hide these again. We did this one. Dropout is male, so we're gonna skip. Fugitive is male. Trapped. Girl caught in the middle of a fight she has no understanding of. She's consistently in the crossfire of humanity and the supernatural, as well as her unforgiving godparents. Middle of a fight she's no understanding of. Okay, so we don't have any voice notes here. So the other one was like soft but can get aggressive. We don't have any voice notes here. It's just, here's a personality, she gets caught in a bunch of shit. Now her lines are, get it over with, I have nothing to say, do your worst. I didn't steal from you, all I know is that you woke up this morning to find the shop trashed and starting screaming me about it. So we gotta be careful with typos when we submit these things. Here's the frustrating part, right? So when we do the audition, we have to try and decide if that is the way it's supposed to be written and you want it said that way, or if you made a typo. And so 9 times out of 10, we assume it's a typo. We're going to read it the correct way. But it's really frustrating to have little things like in there, so please pre-read your stuff and double-check your stuff and try not to have typos and things like that. And started screaming at me about it. Absolutely not. That'll bring the cops right back. Just take me to the bar, okay? Take me to the bar and I can patch myself up and I'll be fine. All right, so she seems a little, like, shaky. She seems a little bit like she's like, oh my God. Like, she's upset and she's a little nervous about it, but it's happened so many times that it's less, what's happening, and more, oh, not again type of energy. So I think we go for that voice a little bit. So let's see what we can do. I think maybe it's a get it over with type of voice, like just middle of my range. Get it over with. I have nothing to say. Do your worst. I didn't steal from you. All I know is that you woke up this morning to find the shop trashed and started screaming at me about it. Absolutely not. That'll bring the cops right back. Just take me to the bar, okay? Take me to the bar and I can patch myself up and I'll be fine. Get it over with. I have nothing to say. Do your worst. I didn't steal from you. All I know is that you woke up this morning to find the shop trashed and started screaming at me about it. Absolutely not.
That'll bring the cops right back. Just take me to the bar, okay? Take me to the bar and I can patch myself up and I'll be fine.
I think I like that. That might be a one-take wonder. That might be a one-take hitter. Let's listen to her. Yeah, I like it. Yup, I like it. One hit wonder. Cool. Let's export here. We're going to delete the front off. We're going to delete the back off because we don't need no silence. We're going to make these takes just a little closer. They're pretty decently close. But I just want to make it a little smoother because we really don't want dead air. We do want it to feel like it's a new take, like a new line. But if we can avoid dead air, we want to do that as much as possible. So go ahead and render. We're going to voice denoise it. It's going to give us the beautiful little thing. Then we're going to normalize it up to... I usually do -3. I wonder if it'll let me do -3.5, like a silly Billy. Oh, wait, well, we'll do -3.5. Because -3 is the highest your peak should ever be. So sometimes when I normalize up to -3, I feel like I am blowing people's eardrums. And I'm always, like, super concerned. So 3.5 makes me feel just a little comfier, even if it's kind of negligible. So this was called the barricade. And this one is the trapped, I think. See, the problem with being the type of neurodivergent that has, like, the same chorus lines or whatever that repeat in your head nonstop, and then also combining that with, like, live streaming, means that when these go to be, like, YouTube videos and VODs, I'm never gonna make money off of them because it's just gonna be, like, 8 hours of me going, and I'm probably gonna get, like, fucking copyright claimed, even though it sounds nothing like it. But that's just how it goes sometimes. That's how it be. That's how it be, you know? I can't stop the brain. The brain does whatever the fuck he wants. Sorry. Alright, submit. Nerdy prudes must die. Nerdy prudes must die. Okay, what's next? Male. Ooh, male Irish, though. We love our Irish. Male. 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 Female. Ooh, and Irish. Yes. Oh, but senior. No. Oh. I'm so bad at senior voices. I cannot do old voices to save my life. Okay. My Irish is a little bit older. It's a little bit of like a soft motherly thing, so maybe that will help me just right off the bat. An outsider who comes off gruff but has a good heart. She's been through a lot, but she'd do it all again and more if it meant protecting those she cares about. Single appearance in season 1, recurring in season 2. Oh. Gruff. Yeah, see, my Irish is not gruff. My Irish is like Northern Nana. Because, like, my grandparents were Northern. So it's, like, very, like...
You dare unsheath a tyrant's weapon on my land? But I thought you were going to sleep. Why didn't you go to sleep, darling?
It's very soft. Like, to try and make that gruffed might be a little hard.
You dare unsheath a tyrant's weapon on my land? You dare unsheath a tyrant's weapon on my land? You thought wrong. There is nothing to defend you here. But you may try something else. You may hide in our woods provided you bring no harm to us.
That's hard to do gruff. Woo!
Follow the path through the woods. There you will find an archway made of 2 oak trees, and between them 2 doors. One door will lead you through, the other will not. Choose with a pure heart, and you will make the right choice, and go where you seek.
I don't know, man. I don't know. There is only one other audition, but that's a tricky one. I think we're gonna skip it today, and we'll feel it today. All right, Barricade is done. Dismiss. What's next? SMP MC simulations, pending name in progress. Okay, so if you use the original filter, that means it's entirely original. So, like, using Minecraft is not original. This is fandom. Especially if you're doing, like, an SMP thing, that's something that already exists. You don't own that. So this should not be in here. So, nope. Our world. Our world is a Minecraft roleplay. No! No Minecraft. Goodbye. Dark Side of the Nose casting call. Dark Side of the Nose is an adult animated feature film that stars Darkseid. Okay, now what do you mean by adult? Darkseid, a recent college graduate and a couch potato heavy drinker rock star, has been tasked to finding 3 females who are beautiful. Okay, you mean adult. No thank you, not on my Twitch stream. Reflection Link main cast. Reflection Link is an upcoming mystery thriller death game visual novel with point and click elements. Woo, that's a mouthful, but this looks really well. They've got an actual title with characters on the front, and they've got character profile images. So let me look at this, because I'll bet this is good. All right, story. 7 sinners awaken trapped within the Moray facility. Moray? With no memory of how they've arrived, a mysterious figure informs them that the path to freedom will only open if they confess to their sins. What were their sins? What connects them? And how were they captured to begin with? Explore the facility and their forgotten memories for answers. Okay, I'm down. I love this kind of shit. This kind of like 999 and Danganronpa and murder mystery style stuff. I love this shit. Not just to act in, because all the characters are always crazy and they're always over the top and they're always dramatic, which is my favorite shit. But also to play. I love murder mystery bullshit. 999 is such a good game. It's one of my favorites. Majority of the cast is LGBT. Let's go! Let's go! The queers win again. Content warnings. Full game contains violence. Cool. Self-harm. Cool. Mentions of physical abuse. Probably should not be saying cool after all these. Mentions of physical abuse and other triggering content. There is no sexual content. Applicants should be 18 plus. Amazing! This is what I like to hear. This listing is important for scenes from... This listing is for important scenes from the demo and partial VA chirps. We love chirps. So chirps, for those who don't know, are also called barks. I call them barks for the most part, but basically they're quick snippets of like dialogue lines or special effect noises. Usually it's dialogue lines. So like if you're ever playing a video game and you're doing one of those ones where like you have a healer and then you have like a barbarian, you have whatever, and you like go to play your healer or something, and then like you click to do their spell and they go like, a blessing, and then like the thing happen, or you like click, if you're playing like a warrior, you click like their main special attack and they go like, you will die today, right? Those are barks. They're just quick little dialogue things that repeat. They're calling them chirps here, but it's the same thing. So with the successful Kickstarter next year, I would like to have more important scenes voiced in the full game. Please only apply if you think this is feasible for you. Additional scenes will still be $3 per line. Bro, absolutely. Let's go. Rate is $3 a line for scenes and 60 cents per word for the chirps. Payment will be through PayPal, 50% up front, 50%. Yes! You may submit up to 3 takes max, not required. Cool. A lot of people will do 3 takes max. Most people will then only do 2 takes max. Because by the time they get through, honestly, by the time they get through 1, they already know. Really, they know it like the first word. But if they're getting through 1, they really only want to go up to 2. They don't want to hear you do it 3 times. So most people want to actually do it 3 times. Please do not edit the pitch of your voice. That's so important, y'all. No editing your recordings. And I know it sounds crazy. So here's the thing. Lots of places will ask you for raw audio. They'll say don't edit it. They'll say don't add special effects. That's actually a fucking lie. They don't want pure raw audio. They don't want you to record and give them to that. They don't, ever. You can noise removal your audio. What they don't want is for you to add effects on top of it. So don't add robot sounds. Don't pitch shift, right? Like they're saying, things like that. If you go in there and you go, all right, I'm going to remove the extra white noise, right? Like, for example, I have 2 fans running there. I have a fan running back here. Like, this booth got to be ventilated, right? So these fans definitely get picked up while I'm talking. And I absolutely go into my auditions and take out those fans. I don't just send it in raw and not touched with the fans going, no. So you can take things like that out. You can cut it shorter, right? I cut ends off unless they tell me to keep them, and I make things shorter and quicker together because I don't talk that fast. That's a fucking lie. I talk really fast, but when I audition, I take a lot of breaks. I take a lot of breaths in order to get to where I want to be, so it creates big pauses. I go in, I cut them. They don't give a fuck. It doesn't have to be raw, but you shouldn't add extra special effects. Please submit clear audio with no background noise. See, exactly that. All right. See what we got. Male. Female. Camellia Adams. General North American. Cool. A cold woman who appears oddly at ease, even amused at their circumstances. Whether she likes it or not, the facility aims to reveal her greatest secrets. Medium tone. Okay. But cold and kind of amused. All right. Medium, cold, kind of amused. Let's see. Maybe like a voice that's kind of like here. The last thing I can remember, I was in the comfort of my own home. I imagine it's something similar for you. I like it. I think I'm going a little high. Higher than they want. Let's see. The last thing I can remember, I was in the comfort of my own home. I imagine it's something similar for you. Can you imagine how foolish we'd feel solving these puzzles for nothing? Just picture the looks on our faces. You're trying to divide us that quickly. In that case, I'll vote for the person who's responsible for this mess to begin with. Yeah, we're going to do that voice, but I think a little bit more emotion. I know they said cold, but I think we're going to do a little more emotion. All right, let's get going. Record. Here we go. Let's get some water. Ugh, okay. Nerdy prudes must die. All right, let's do this. The last thing I can remember, I was in the comfort of my own home. I imagine it's something similar for you. Can you imagine how foolish we'd feel solving these puzzles for nothing? Just picture the looks on our faces. You're trying to divide us that quickly. In that case, I'll vote for the person who's responsible, blah, 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 blah. Nope. Nope, I knew it in line 2. I was like, ooh, we gonna have to redo that shit. I like spit everywhere, bro. Oh my lord. I think we need to go a little more intense with it too, rather than so subtle. I think I'm getting too caught up in cold, and we need to go a little more intense. Okay, a little more intense.
The last thing I can remember, I was in the comfort of my own home. I imagine it's something similar for you. Can you imagine how foolish we'd feel solving these puzzles for nothing? Just picture the looks on our faces. You're trying to divide us that quickly. In that case, I'll vote for the person who's responsible for this mess to begin with.
Nope. That last line is a barrel. Wow. That last line is a mouthful. Holy shit. Okay. I can also hear myself blah 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 blahing. Yeah, I really don't want that. You would think a pop filter would work, but then fortunately it do not for Rachel, because Rachel's guitar poofs everywhere. Alright, let's try again. But I think, let me pull up that last line. We need to run this a few times.
You're trying to divide us that quickly. In that case, I'll vote for the person who's responsible for this mess to begin with.
Yeah, that's hard. Okay.
You're trying to divide us that quickly. In that case, I'll vote for the person who's responsible for this mess to begin with.
That's a little better. Alright. Let's fucking go. Alright, let's go. We got this.
The last thing I can remember, I was in the comfort of my own home. I imagine it's something similar for you. Can you imagine how foolish we'd feel solving these puzzles for nothing? Just picture the looks on our faces. You're trying to divide us that quickly. In that case, I'll vote for the person who's responsible for this mess to begin with. The last thing I can remember, I was in the comfort of my own home. I imagine it's something similar for you. Can you imagine how foolish we'd feel solving these puzzles for nothing? Just picture the looks on our faces. You're trying to divide us that quickly. In that case, I'll vote for the person who's responsible for this mess to begin with.
We might have gotten it there. Let's listen. Here we go. I'm on the fence on that. I do think I like that second set of takes. I think we're going to do it again. I do think I like that second set of takes, but there's something that's not quite sitting right. And if it's not quite sitting right, then we should do it again. So let's try it again. Here we go.
The last thing I can remember, I was in the comfort of my own home. I imagine it's something similar for you. Can you imagine how foolish we'd feel solving these puzzles for nothing? Just picture the look on our faces. You're trying to divide us that quickly. In that case, I'll vote for the person who's responsible for this mess to begin with. The last thing I can remember, I was in the comfort of my own home. I imagine it's something similar for you. Can you imagine how foolish we'd feel solving these puzzles for nothing? Just picture the look on our faces.
God damn it. So close, but I messed up the line. Sometimes it happens, baby. But I do think we're close, so let's go again. Right into it.
The last thing I can remember, I was in the comfort of my own home. I imagine it's something similar for you. Can you imagine how foolish we'd feel solving these puzzles for nothing? Just picture the looks on our faces. You're trying to divide us that quickly. In that case, I'll vote for the person who's responsible for this mess to begin with. The last thing I can remember, I was in the comfort of my own home. I imagine it's something similar for you. Can you imagine how foolish we'd feel solving these puzzles for nothing? Just picture the looks on our faces. You're trying to divide us that quickly. In that case, I'll vote for the person who's responsible for this mess to begin with.
I think we got it. I think we got it. Let's listen. Yep, I like it. I like it. All right. I was able to actually, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Control all of those lines. Because with the cold and calculated type of thing, I think sounding like you are in control of everything you're saying is really like the route to go. Even that line where it was like, uh-oh, she's a little too abused, the fact that they could have all been like dead, I think she's still in control. There's just tiny little like shivers of breaking, especially at the end when she laughs. That's kind of the vibe. So I think that worked really well. I think we had a good amount of control there. So I'm gonna cut off the beginning and the end here so we don't have silence, and I'm gonna make these a lot closer together because those had some big old pauses, but I often speak with big old pauses. It's just makes me deliver lines a lot better if I give myself room to breathe and I don't feel like I'm trying to rush through things, because otherwise it feels awful and it's never good. So you gotta give yourself time to breathe. And some people can do them one after each other, and that's awesome as fuck. But it's totally chill if you can't, because like I said, just cut that shit. Alright. Now I do want to play this a little bit. Yeah, because I think I want these a little closer. Sometimes you play with it too, and you're just like, actually, I want these fuckers to be a little closer, I think. Let's give that a listen. That's good. Now I just put these two together. Yeah, okay. And then I want these together. Let's see. Beautiful. Okay. Which means this needs to come closer. And this needs to come closer. And this one should be... Yeah, and then this... Eventually, people will see or hear what I'm doing. But I do not have the mental capacity to do that at the moment. Cool, that's fine. Alright, so... I probably could make it so you can see all this, but like... I don't know that you super need to either, because it's just me cutting and stuff. We'll see. Voice denoise that fucker. Thank you. Now it's nice and clean, and you don't hear me going every single second of every single day, because you don't want to hear it. 3.5. Thank you very much. And now, before we save this, we're actually going to have to go back and look. This is Reflection Link, Camellia Adams. Okay, so. The thing that sucks about Reaper is it always goes back to its default to put it in a folder, and I'm like, no, I never want to put it here. I just wish you would stay where it was. So Reflection Link. Nice. And then this is Camellia Adams. And then me. So the reason why we label it like that, and different things will have you label it in different ways, right? But most of the time you're going to do character name underscore your name. Some people will have you put project names in there. Some people will have you put audition in there, all sorts of things. But that's the general, is character name underscore your name. And the reason why I do it like that, even on projects like this where they don't tell me I have to, is because for something like CCC, you can download the auditions on your projects. And if somebody downloads to listen rather than do it off of, you know, the website, then you don't want them to download a file that says like bippity boppity boo 69420. Because that shit is not gonna help you. Not only if they like the piece, will they not know what your name was or your username was to then go and find you? Because that's a big thing, right? You're putting your name or your username in there so that they can go find you if they liked you. And they don't have to go scrolling back through shit. They can type it in and be like, cool, got it. But also, it's not professional, right? So you always want to put your name in there and what character you were doing so that they don't get fucked up on what character you auditioned for too. But like, yeah, you want to put your name in there, username there, something so that it's easier to find for them. Okay, so that's Camellia. This is boy. This is girl. Vivian Lamb. Noah's younger sister. Although she may appear reserved and timid, there's another side of her that's quite coy. Her intuition is second to none. Ooh, we love this kind. This is our...
I have no clue. I've been wondering that myself. We split up the way the rooms are assigned. There must be a reason for it. Anyway, we should probably get back to looking around. We can flirt more later.
Yeah, I love this voice. I love the little high-pitched girl. All right, let's give her a shot. Water is your friend, ladies and gentlemen and non-binary pals. You know what else is your friend? Goldfish. No, whatever snack you want to keep with you, keep with you. Just make sure it's something, right? I will try to back away so you don't hear me munching too much. Theoretically, it should be something like granola bars, right? Or nuts. Something that gives you energy and also stamina. And also doesn't injure your voice. However, you see what I have in my hand. Goldfish. I see what I have in my hand. Goldfish. So I will not be the hypocrite that tells you to grab something good for you and eat it as your snack. I like my goldfish. And I make no qualms. As long as you got something. That said, though, always drink water. And this is coming from a girly who is a hypocrite because I don't drink water. Like, at all. But water is the one thing and the only thing I will have when I'm recording or doing vocal stuff. No tea, no honey, no milk, no juice. Water. Water and only water. No Gatorade and electrolyte water. Water. If you want to do filtered water, that's fine. If you want to do a water bottle, that's fine. But it has to be water. I promise you. Nothing but water. Because everything else has some sort of bullshit that'll fuck up your voice. Even like tea and stuff that's supposed to help your voice, it won't do what it's supposed to do because you don't have the time, right? The reason why you drink water is because water refreshes you, water hydrates you, water is something your body needs, and it very quickly just goes, whoop, refresh. Tea, when you do like tea and honey and stuff to like soothe the throat and stuff, it coats it, and you don't want anything coating your vocal cords. Same reason why you don't want to drink like milk and stuff. But also, it won't have time to do what it wants to do. So when you coat it with like tea and honey, you then would not speak very much, or at least not loudly, for like the next day so that it can do its job and coat and heal. It can't do its job if you drinking it in between screaming. Like, that's not how that works. But anyways, let's do little voice, because we love little girl voice. Alright.
She's up here. I'm sorry. The nervous one. Like in Doggone Rompa, the most annoying one. What is it, Mekon, the fan service?
Okay, here we go.
I have no clue. I've been wondering that myself. We split up the way the rooms are assigned. There must be a reason for it. Anyway, we should probably get back to looking around. We can flirt more later. I have no clue. I've been wondering that myself. We split up the way the rooms are assigned. There must be a reason for it. Anyway, we should probably get back to looking around. We can flirt more later.
I like delivery. I don't know if I kept that consistent little girl voice. I think I went into villain girl. Let's find out. So, yes, but only a little bit. I'm thinking maybe it's my brain doing the thing where it's like, that's not the same voice, that's not the same voice, that's not the same, versus actually it's sounding like two different voices. That very last line in the second take, it felt a little too low for me, but that's the only one. And I do think it's my brain being like, rah, 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 rather than something realistic. So I'm going to say we keep it because I really like the rest of the takes. I love that voice and the whoops. Oh, damn. I'm going to have to redo that shit. All right. Well, that's what happens. I think I just copied and pasted something new. So I'm going to have to, unfortunately, recopy our thing that we put in for the auditions. But it is what it is. But this voice is it's very fun, right? And the characters that go with this voice are also fun. But it's also very, very easy for me to do. And that's not like in an arrogant way. That's just in my pitch is naturally very high kind of way. But because it's easy to do, it means that I can focus stronger on the actual acting side of it and what the person listening is hearing and not just maintaining the voice. So it ends up usually with a really good performance as well. And so I adore doing that voice and doing characters with the fucked up the cutting. I adore doing characters with that voice and doing that voice in general. So hopefully the person who's running this project will also enjoy my rendition. I think I did quite a good job. And you know, guys, when you do this kind of shit, you gotta tell yourself that. Regardless of whether you believe it. You have to remind yourself and tell yourself that you're doing great and you're doing awesome and you are the best person on the planet and you're gonna get every gig and all that shit. And it's okay if you're not that kind of person, because I'm not that kind of person. You can balance it with like, oh, fuck me, I'm a dumbass. You are allowed to balance it. Oh my god, what is this called? Reflection? Reflection. Yes, okay. Oh, I don't know what this person's called, though. Vivian Lamb. Okay. Let me type this out. Okay. And if you're not the type of person, like me, I'm not the type of person, I'm like, complimenting myself? Gross. then what you do is you balance it with all of the bad shit, right? So for every hell yeah, I fucking nailed that. That was awesome. You know that in the process of trying to get there with recording lines, no, I don't think this is gonna work, right? Yeah, because I accidentally copy and pasted the other thing. All right, we'll do it again. Here we go. Wonder if I can just do. Ooh, you see my Googles? Okay, now we go to here. We go to here. All right, so now we go to submissions. Now we can pull this from here. Oh, we could have just, we're still on the same thing. We could have just pulled it up. Boo. All right, oh well. And then we can paste. Cool. But for every time when you finish an audition that you'll be like, I'm amazing and I'm great and I'm wonderful, yay. You know that while recording that audition, you're going to have a, no, you fucking dumbass. What are you doing? Why did you say that? So they balance each other out. Works out pretty well. April Cardozo. Oh, we've got twins or sisters? Twins or sisters? I'm not sure. Not sure. Andres. Leon. Oh, they've got a whole family. Okay. Well, they don't say that these folks are people of color, but they are a little darker than the characters I auditioned for. So I'm going to leave them alone for now. And hopefully we get one of the other ones. So that is the end of this one. We'll go ahead and delete. So what's next? Project Kiprins, episode 1 recast. Okay. You see these big olds. If you can't commit yourself to this project, do not audition. So, and then recast as well. Are a little like, oof, sometimes. It sucks, right? Because it's not necessarily the project owner's fault that something's getting recast. Often, there are a lot of people on here who are younger and they'll commit themselves to something and then they can't end up doing it because of school or whatever, right? And so things happen. But recast is not usually a good sign. And things like if you can't commit yourself, don't audition is not usually a good sign. However, there is like drawn artwork here. So let's read it out. Working on for a long time, 6 years. 2 new voice actors for characters appeared in episode 1. Aqua and Gabriel, Guardians of Water and Ice. Okay, so here's this too. 15 years or older to audition. If you are a youngin', right, that's not that big of a deal. If you're like a minor and you're like, oh, 15 years older, okay, whatever, cool. But for someone who is over 21 even, not just 18, that statement to me screams we are not adults running this project. And I try not to work with folks who are not adults running the project. If there's other people in it, that's fine. But it's somewhat a maturity thing, but it's also a commitment thing. Younger people are in school, right? They can't always commit to finishing projects and things like that. But also, I don't generally work with younger crowds. I like to stick to the older crowds. So that is very much, ooh, I don't know that I'm going to audition for this. Don't back out. This is a long-term project that'll take years. Yeah, that's it's not the best. If you think it's not making progress, don't leave. Yeah. Yeah, this is a fun... Okay, yeah. So this is definitely a fun, like, hey, I'm a youngin', I create this thing. I love this thing. When I have free time, I do this thing, which is totally cool and totally fine. And you should be creating all the time, 24/7, right? Do what you can. But for me personally, since this is like my career path, this is not going to be a project that I audition on. So we're going to get rid of that. Behind the Curtain. Actually from Laura Magtosh. Multi-chapter project. Okay. So, other things that worry me about projects. See, this one is featured though. So featured means you paid some money. Which is like a good sign. But when it's like stereotypical AI / like 3D game design models, you see what I mean? Like for the profile pictures and stuff, that worries me. That worries me. Because that's like you can just be a bot and do that. So let's see what this has to say. Okay. 2 couples, lives take a turn, new client arrives. Okay. Marriage problems. Okay, this sounds like an adult. Yeah, this sounds like an adult piece. This is a weird note. Despite discussion of certain adult-oriented topics, and is overall on my part an NSFW project, there are no NSFW roles in the strictest sense. My guess on what that probably means is you don't have to make NSFW special effects noises. So you won't have to moan, you won't have to like say dirty talk, things like that. But the characters will probably be engaged in sexual themes. So yeah, I don't think this is my vibe. Let's see what the next one is. Shattered Souls. Ooh, Otomes. We love Otomes. We love games in general, but let's see. The Eternal Love Studio's second Otome game. Pre-production, work on our demo. Supporting minor roles. Okay. Recording will not begin until January. That's fine. Betrayal is what led me to this fate. I grasp at the broken pieces of me and force them back together. I'll never give up. I look squarely into my enemy's eyes. The ones who betrayed me. The ones who tried to break me. They look down on me. They mock me from their realms. They think they're safe. But they're on borrowed time. I gather what remains of my soul and hold tight to who I am. You think you can break me? You underestimate a goddess. Celeste finds herself fighting for her life after a betrayal that no one should experience. As she nears her final breath, she's whisked away to a different world, Remoir. Things are not as they seem, though. She's not immortal. Her past is as vast as the ocean. Her soul is fractured and barely holding together from the traumas she's faced. She must heal herself, or the tiniest thing could shatter her. But she's not the only one who is broken. Join Celeste as she fights to save not only her own life, but change the lives of those around her. Will you traverse worlds, realms, and even time itself? Will you test your fate? Will you try again? Interesting. I like that description. 18 years of age. This includes a Discord. This game, content of the game, what is experience? Multiple documents apparently. Yep. Professional quality. Willing to sign an NDA. I love to see that. Must have PayPal. Yes, we're paying. Hell yeah. Oh, let's check out their jazz. Check out our Otome game Glass Heart. That sounds familiar. We have to survive the surgery. What will give you the strength to continue this life, or you'll be singing with the angels? Interesting. It looks well done, though. The art is beautiful. The graphics are pretty. My only worry with the Tome is I don't know if there's going to be any female roles for me to audition for. Oh, right away, I guess. Cool. Raja, the Sea Queen. Raja is a charismatic, confident, boss babe character. She's lived 500 plus years and still has many more to go. She's a sea beast who can transform into a human. Raja was the first queen of the Rajan Empire and is seen as almost a goddess or divine protector of the Rajan people. Her descendants are still on the throne. She loves to swim, drink, and spoil adorable cinnamon roll girls. She's super weak to anything cute and will automatically become a doting big sister to any innocent lady she meets. Oh, that's cute. Oh, I love that. She's probably going to be too low for me, but I love this. Charismatic, confident boss babe. She's a sea beast. She is a protector of her people, but she loves to spoil, and she's weak to cute things, and she's a big sister. Okay, so let's see what these lines are. I am Raja, Lady of the Storms. All right, I think we definitely want to go low here. We might even go villain low. Let's see. I am Raja, Lady of the Storms, first queen of the Rajan Kingdom, current and noble guardian of the Rajan Kingdom, holy maiden of the Alorian Sea, merciful to those who obey me. To those who don't, I'm the bringer of death, fleet breaker, terror of the southern seas, destroyer of the northern seas, ravager of the eastern seas. Yeah, I love it. Nice to meet you, kiddo. Allow me to formally introduce myself, since Maris here decided to introduce me with that monstrosity of a nickname. That's a long line. Okay. Nah, I hold too many grudges. I mean, could you imagine the things you could do with that ability? The husband comes in after he's pissed you off and thinks he's sleeping in the same bed. Huh! He'd walk right into a wall and get blown down the stairs. Or a girl gets too big for her britches. Just the tiniest barrier can make her faceplant in the mud. Yeah, I like it. We go villain voice here. Alright, we're gonna need some water. Let's get some water out. Wow, wow, wow. Little ASMR for you there. Little cat ASMR. Alright. We're gonna need a lot of diaphragm for this voice. Here we go. I am Raja, Lady of the Storms, first queen of the Rajan Kingdom, current and noble guardian of the Rajan Kingdom, holy maiden of the Alorian Sea, merciful to those who obey me. To those who don't, I'm the bringer of death, fleet breaker, terror of the southern seas, destroyer of the northern seas, ravager of the eastern seas. Nice to meet you, kiddo. Allow me to formally introduce myself, since Maris here decided to introduce me with that monstrosity of a nickname. Nah, I hold too many grudges. I mean, could you imagine the things you could do with that ability? The husband comes in after he's pissed you off and thinks he's sleeping in the same bed. Ha! He'd walk right into a wall and get blown down the stairs. Or a girl gets too big for her britches. Just the tiniest barrier can make her faceplant in the mud. I am Raja, Lady of the Storms,
first queen of the Rajan kingdom, current and noble guardian of the Rajan kingdom, holy maiden of the Elorian Sea, merciful to those who obey me. To those who don't, I'm the bringer of death, fleet breaker, terror of the southern seas, destroyer of the northern seas, ravager of the eastern seas. Nice to meet you, kiddo. Allow me to formally introduce myself, since Maris here decided to introduce me with that monstrosity of a nickname. Nah, I hold too many grudges. I mean, could you imagine the things you could do with that ability? The husband comes in after he's pissed you off and thinks he's sleeping in the same bed. Ha! He'd walk right into a wall and get blown down the stairs. Or a girl gets too big for her britches. Just the tiniest barrier can make her faceplant in the mud.
As long as we didn't peak that, we should be fine. Ooh, it's a little high, but it should be okay. If you can't tell, that's my favorite fucking voice. I think it's gonna be a one-hit wonder because I adore that voice. I'm a little scratchy at the moment because we've been going for about technically like 5 hours and 20 minutes. First stream got fucked up. But I'm a little scratchy for that voice, but it was still in a pretty good spot. But that's my shit. I usually do it for a villain, but I love her. So, I don't know, we'll try. Let's listen to it. A one-hit wonder once again, baby. I love that voice too much. I love it so fucking much, bro. Like, it... But that's what it's for, right? You have the ones that you are so passionate about and you love, so it makes those auditions nice and easy and fast, so that way the ones that that are a little harder and you have to take a lot of time and stuff to put into them, you can do that and you don't feel like horribly overwhelmed. You know what I'm saying? Because if you had to absolutely sit and... Oh, am I dumb as fuck? No, okay. If you had to absolutely sit and, you know, take forever trying to do multiple takes on every single voice and every single audition, it would... You would get nothing done, my guy. So you gotta have the ones that you are confident and you are strong and you can bust right out. And that's what these are for. So for me, that's one of them. I fucking love her. It's funny too, because like, I don't get super... You probably just heard that swallow. That was awful. I don't get super cast for her. Although she tends to be, when I do get cast for her, because she's like one of my king voices. Yeah, it's gonna be too short for me to cut. Okay. Because she's one of my like king voices. They're always like the best characters I've done. Always, always, always. Because I'm able to put so much passion and work into their lines and who they are as a character that they're always the best character I've done. But I don't tend to get cast for that voice. I call her my sorceress. Very often. And the reason for it... Oh, this is a new thing, isn't it? Shattered Souls, Raja. Okay, so I gotta create a new one. Shattered Souls. Enter. And then we call it Raja. Do we need to say, what, Queen of the Sea, Sea Goddess? What is it? The Sea Queen, of course. Raja, the Sea Queen. Underscore my name. Cool. But yeah, I don't get cast for that voice or for the sorceress very often because oftentimes characters that have that style of voice, people want a really low pitch for. Because I can do the flavor of it, right? Where it's like, type of flavor. But often if you are casting for the style of voice, you want like the lowest female voice you can get. That's the vision you have. And I don't have the lowest female voice you could get. That's not a voice I can do. So I don't often get cast for her. But when I do, see, this is what I'm talking about. That's how you know she good. 'Cause the file too big, bro. Alright. It means... Actually, we don't have to do it this way. That means that I gotta go into here. I gotta pull up this kid. That's how you know it's good. When the file is too big and you gotta condense it. That's your voice, man. That's your shit, man. That's what it is. It really is. I mean, go in here, man. We can do this, man. We can do this. So we just pop this right back in. Beautiful. And this time, when we export, instead of a wave. So if you find your file is too big, what you're going to do is instead of a wave when you export, you're going to export it as an MP3. And it will condense that shit so fast. And it should be able to fit, at least on a casting call club. Now, some places will, like, actual companies and stuff, will very specifically be like, send me a wave. Or send me a MP3. You gotta do whatever they ask. 'Cause I promise you, they will straight up throw it in the garbage if it's not exactly what they asked. So what happens then if they're like, send us a wave, but your wave is too big? That's a great question. See, that one fit. There are ways to get around it. You can like go on the Google programs that are like, oh, how do I condense this, etc., etc. Usually, depending on the program that you're using, your DAW. Mine is Reaper. Yours could be Audacity. It's what most people use. There should be a way when you export to make the size of the file smaller. Male adult, but he's adorable. Kit is a fox that appears as the mascot of Shattered Souls. He looks sweet and innocent until he shapeshifts into his demon form. I love it. The once cute, super cuddly fox turns into a huge ancient fox demon, ready to devour any unruly demons that try to harm his friends. Think Calcifer from Howl's Moving Castle. He's quirky and funny, but he can also have some pretty in-depth moments too. So, this is where I'd kind of go with a like,
I fought a goddess once and was tricked into thinking that she was the devil incarnate. But I was wrong. That was my maker. Are you calling me a dog? Are you calling me a dog? You're strong. You're very strong. I haven't seen this amount of raw power since ancient times.
but I don't know that that's the voice that they want, right? We could still probably do it.
I fought a goddess once.
The problem with that voice is it's hard to take it seriously. So with this first line, it feels like it's decently serious. So to do a
I fought a goddess once and was tricked into thinking that she was the devil incarnate. But I was wrong. That was my maker.
That's a really hard voice to hear seriously. And I don't think my little boy voice quite fits this guy. I fought a goddess once and was tricked into thinking that she was the devil incarnate. But I was wrong. That was my maker. Are you calling me a dog? You're strong. Yeah, I am gonna skip it. I don't think it's quite right. Raziel. Yeah, this could be Little boy. We could, but I'm not gonna. Let's do the little girl though. Serena's a sweet lover, is very mature for her age. She's very doting and a mother hen to the children in the gang. However, she's still a little girl. And the adorable girls to show through occasionally. Okay.
You'll be okay, Rika. Just take a deep breath, okay? Oh no, it's not that. I just don't want to trouble you. You've already done so much for us. Oh, be quiet. I'll be a beauty when I grow up.
Okay, yeah. Little girl voice, we love her. Alright. I think it was turned a little bit to the right there.
Hopefully this is a little bit better now and we can hear me nice and clearly.
Oh, we're getting into the... This has been like 5.5 hours. It's only going to say 4.5 because, again, first hour was technical difficulty stream. But we're getting into the wee bits of it. When your brain starts going loopy because you've been auditioning for so long. Okay. Little girl voice. She's easy. We can do her.
You'll be okay. Nope.
Nope. Nope. Not the way that was supposed to be said. Okay.
You'll be okay, Rika. Just take a deep breath, okay? Oh, no. It's not that. I just don't want to trouble you. You've already done so much for us. Oh, be quiet! I'll be a beauty when I grow up. You'll be okay, Rika. Just take a deep breath, okay? Oh no, it's not that. I just don't want to trouble you. You've already done so much for us. Oh, be quiet. I'll be a beauty when I grow up.
I think we got it. But let's find out. Wah. Yeah, we got it. Nerdy poods must die. Nerdy poods must die. Everybody cool watch those nerds to anti-socialite. The cleansing of your kind. Nerdy poods must die. Oh, I might have a... Yeah, it's a... I'm so bad at those. You know, these pop filters are supposed to be to get rid of that shit. That shit don't work for me. I'm too loud. Yeah, that's a little better. Cleansing of your kind. Everyone who wants that food to burn go. Anti-socialite. Can you tell my brain has no idea what the words are? It's just kind of going, we need to sing this right now. I'm like, alright, brain. That's what you want. That's what we do. So right here, this is what I want. These are too far apart. We're gonna cut them down. Okay, that should be good. Voice denoise. Nice. Then normalize, because it's very quiet, because it's a little soft girl voice. Ooh, that's a big breath. Damn, we gonna cut that. Usually once you, whatchamacallit, you don't see breaths like that. When you voice denoise, it usually gets rid of a lot of those breaths. But sometimes, when you're doing a breathier voice, they don't give two shits. Yeah, there's another one right there. See if we can, that one's a little entangled, but we'll see if we can delete it. Yeah, that's fine. And it's like sometimes you can keep them in, right? Because sometimes they're a part of the character. But other times you gotta cut those fuckers because it sounds weird. Yeah, and sometimes you need it smoother. Yeah, that's pretty good. What the fuck was this called? Oh no, brain. Shattered? Is this Shattered Souls? Probably. I don't remember the name of the character though. Shattered Souls Serene. Okay. Serene. Beep. Anti-socialite. Cleansing of your kind.
Everybody who wants to rule the bow, wow, wow. Okay, we're gonna submit. Whoop! I didn't spell it right. We gotta be careful. If we expect them... What the fuck? What the fuck just happened? Holy shit, what did I just do? Alright, we're gonna exit that. I just like straight up deleted it. What the where did it go? What the fuck? Undo delete. Okay. Clicked the wrong button. I thought I clicked rename. I did not. Okay. Now it's spelled right. Here's the thing, right? If we expect them to spell things correctly, to write well, we have to give them the same courtesy. If we catch it, we gotta be double checking and putting the right things in there. Alright. A male yandere. Interesting. Princess of Rajan. She's a minor supporting role. I'm gonna soft regal voice. Cordelia goes with the flow. Is often compared to a puppet. No, I mean, I'm Cordelia, Princess of Rajan. Okay. I'd probably scream if I'd say that you ran towards them. Yeah, it's probably an easy one. We're just gonna do regular soft voice. We're not gonna struggle with it too much here.
It is an honor to meet our esteemed guest. I am Cordelia, Princess of Rajan. I would have run away and probably screamed if I had seen those demons. You ran towards them. It was exhilarating to watch as a fellow woman. It is an honor to meet our esteemed guest. I am Cordelia, Princess of Rajan. I would have run away and probably screamed if I had seen those demons. You ran towards them. It was exhilarating to watch as a fellow woman.
Nice. I don't think we need a re-listen, but we'll give it. We'll give it. Yep, it's fine. It works. It's all good. We can put her in. She's a soft little voice. She fine. I'm not gonna dwell on it. I am, however, so annoyed by all of the that's happening. Pop filters don't do jack shit. You will see them everywhere. They don't do jack shit. I am convinced they don't do jack shit. If someone can show me that they actually do shit, then I must be. I mean, I know I'm loud. I know I'm a loud motherfucker, but like, am I really that fucking loud? That like, not even pop filters can contain my boo-boo-boo-booing? Like, it's pure and green. I promise you it is green down there when I look at me putting it in. And I've already been told that it's too quiet on like the recording side of things. And I look at my levels and it's too quiet. So like the idea that I am so forceful, maybe it's not loud, maybe it's forceful. Maybe that's why. Maybe it's not a loud thing. It's just I am so forceful with my that it's like it bypasses all the possible pop filters and bullshit that anyone could ever use Because I swear to God, mine does nothing. Literally nothing. Cleansing of your kind. I love that that's the phrase that fucking stuck in my head, bro. What the fuck, bro? Rise. Anti-socialite. What is this called? Oh no. We are in the wee hours of the night. We're in the wee hours of the night. Alright. This is Rajin Princess. Pink elephants on parade. I am not. Wow. Lost the entire set of words there, huh? There it is. I am not the type to faint when things are odd or things are quaint, but seeing things you know that ain't is really too much for me. I can stand the sight of worms or look at oddly. Nope. Damn, sometimes you know shit and your brain just won't let you have it. I am not the type to faint at things that odd or things are quaint, but seeing things you know that ain't is really too much for me. I can stand the sight of worms or... I can't think of the line with the germs. I can stand the sight of worms. Da-dun-da-dun-da-dun-da germs. But oddly colored pachyderms is really too much for me. God damn it. I hate it when this happens. This really drives me fucking crazy. That's the king. It's a demon. I have a feeling that the demon is supposed to be a man, though. Creep. Yeah, he. Yeah. Oh, another female child, though? Slightly antagonistic. Ooh. She's a puppet. Okay. She acts sweet and bubbly. Can also be... Okay, so this is time for child but villain, which is a lovely voice that I love. It's,
So this is our child who likes bubblegum and candy canes. So if we want to make her a villain, we go, if you don't wake up, I'm eating your portion of breakfast. Mom's making sweet rolls, and
we sort of just like lower. I don't know if that's lowering the pitch, but we make it a lot softer and less abrasive.
Yet you're sleeping so peacefully. Under the stars? Under the stars. I really hope that you're right, Shiro. I hope he's out on an adventure.
Alright. We can do this. Okay.
If you don't wake up, I'm eating your portion. Blah, 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 blah. Absolutely not. Whoopsity doopsity doo.
Okay, back to the beginning. Let's do this.
If you don't wake up, I'm eating your portion at breakfast. Mom's making sweet rolls and... Yet, you're sleeping so peacefully. Under the stars. I really hope you're right, Shiro. I hope he's out on an adventure. If you don't wake up, I'm eating your portion of breakfast. Mom's making sweet rolls, and I... Yet, you're sleeping so peacefully. Under the stars. I really hope that you're right, Shiro. I hope he's out on an adventure.
I think that's good. It's hard to make a question chilling, but let's see. I think it's good. Yup, we good. That's a good one. That button. Okay. Brain went, what the fuck are we doing here? Alright. So, delete. Excellent. We're gonna delete the beginning, we're gonna delete the end. We're gonna make these a little closer together, I think. Because there's some big old pauses in there that we don't need. It's a good musical, what can I say? It's a good musical, my guy. What the fuck was I totally lost my train of thought. I was trying to think of another piece so that we're not stuck on that one. If I can, sometimes I can make it not stuck, but other times we're just kind of whatever it wants to do, it wants to do.
Whatever it wants, we get. Whatever we want, we get. Whatever we want, we want, we want. Forever in our debt.
There's another one. Okay. The other one that's been stuck in my head for a while. It's from the same song. It's the part where he goes, "Who will pray for you when you're gone?" But I think it starts with "Who will."
Who will pray for me when I'm gone? Or until another Richie comes along.
Can you repeat that one?
Who will pray for you?
No, he's still on I think. I think he stays on I. I think he goes,
"Who will pray for me when I'm gone? Or is this the eternal dark without a dawn?"
and then he goes,
"Who will pray for you when your body's gone? This is the consequence for what you've done."
and then he goes,
"I'm not a loser." What did you just say?
"Please don't kill me. I'm not a loser." And then he goes,
"Oh, of course not, Richie. But you have lost everything."
yeah, these are breaths. Okay, and let me cut these fuckers. So that's the part of the song that's been stuck in my head for a bit. I would say a long ass time, but when you have the type of head case where things stick in your head for years, you know, a few days is no longer a long ass time. Fun fact. Yeah, that's better. I want you to repeat after me.
Who will pray for you?
I always do that. I always go straight to you because I like it. Just sounds better to me. But that's also cruel. I don't mean it as like sound better as in like the other stuff sounds bad. I mean it as in my brain likes the word you
better than it likes the word me. And so it wants to sing it that way. But that's not how it goes. Alright, Shattered Souls. What the fuck is this girl's name? Meline. Okay. Meline. Can I do that? Can that be the one that's stuck in my head? I don't think the Mozartis and stuff are copyrighted, right? Might be a different classical artist, but I don't think classical artists are copyrighted. So that one can be the one that I repeat over and over. That could work. Snaky? They might have meant snarky. They meant snarky. Okay, because it's in the title up here. Snarky, sassy, knows what she wants. Her tone, voice, and attitude is Princess Ting Ting from Mulan 2. Well, that's a reference. God damn. They said, what if we reference something that 0.01% of people are gonna have seen here? But I can do it. We can, let's do it. Here we go. Let's see. Be real easy. We'll just do snarky voice.
Us ladies, we're just dogs. Apply for the royal palace, like they would want slum rats like us. Well, whoever you are, don't cause us trouble. I don't want to die for your screw-ups. Us ladies? We're just dogs. Apply for the royal palace, like they would want slum rats like us. Well, whoever you are, don't cause us trouble. I don't want to die for your screw-ups.
Gotta be honest with you, Jim. I'm not even gonna listen back to it. I'm just gonna take it. Sometimes you gotta know your limits, and you gotta know where you can put your brain power. And that role ain't getting my brain power. And guess what? Just because it doesn't get your brain power doesn't mean that it's worth less. Doesn't mean that you care about it less. Doesn't mean that you don't deserve it because you don't put your whole heart and soul into it. No, go fuck yourself. You can't put your whole heart and soul into everything because then you would be dead on the floor. Because the way that motherfucking acting industry works is you do not get every role. You have to audition for millions upon millions of bullshit. And then maybe you'll get a nice $20 role or maybe even a free role. But that is why you cannot put your heart and soul into every audition. And any motherfucker who thinks that you have to put your heart and soul into every audition can eat shit because they're wrong. And don't ever let them tell you that they're right. Okay? Okay. Who will pray for me when I'm gone? Or until another Richie comes along? Can you repeat that one? Who will pray for me when my body's gone? Nah, that's the ending one. Jocelyn. Ooh, Jocelyn. Sometimes there are ones like that where I don't have any reference of whether it's even a real song or whether it came from somewhere. I don't know. It's just here and it's saying hello. It can say hello. It's all right. It's allowed to say hello. It's allowed, okay?
Oh, another lady. Addie is Jocelyn's sister. Character's exact opposite. She's sweet, cheerful, naive, and has a positive outlook on life. Oh, okay. We'll just go with soft voice again. Let's do it. Here we go.
I'm Addie, and this is my older sister, Jocelyn. Many people go missing. If too many noble children need to be replaced, it'll cause problems. The most disposable. If we do anything wrong, we could lose our lives. But isn't that the case for most servants? I'm Addie, and this is my older sister, Jocelyn. Many people go missing. If too many noble children need to be replaced, it'll cause problems. The most disposable. If we do anything wrong, we could lose our lives. But isn't that the case for most servants?
Not even gonna listen, baby. I know. Who will pray for me when I'm gone? Or until another Richie comes along. Whoa, I'm clicking buttons. Who will pray for me when I'm gone? Or is this the eternal dark without a dawn?
Who will pray for you when your body's gone? This is the consequence for what you've done.
Such a good line. All of it is such good writing. Like, it sucks balls because sometimes I'm like, oh my god, it's amazing writing and I love every second and they're so cool and talented. And other times I'm like, fuck you, why are you so talented? Why can't I write that well? Why can I not be that good? Why you good and me not good? Like, don't do that. Don't do that to me. Don't do it. Uh-oh. I fucked it up. Right. Okay.
Who will pray for me when I'm gone? Or until another Richie comes along? Who will pray for me when I'm gone? Or is this the eternal dark without a dawn? Who will pray for you when your body's gone? This is the consequence for what you've done.
See, fun fact. Who is this? Addie. You can tell that your voice is natural pitch is relatively high because even though my voice is tired and scratchy right now, I can do that high without a single second of discomfort because my voice naturally sits all the way up there. Whereas if I try to do a low boy voice, or even this voice right now, a relatively not even low voice, my entire throat and vocal cords are saying, bitch, maybe you should shut the fuck up. Maybe. But if I did that, we would only be at a 6-hour stream. Again, it's going to say 5 hours. It's like, see, you can tell I'm in the era of like, I feel the need to validate everything and make sure that people don't think it's an excuse because I'm literally trying to validate the fact that there should be an extra hour on this stream because we spent an hour trying to fucky-wucky it at the beginning. But I don't need to do that because who the fuck am I trying to prove to? Nobody, you dumb bitch. Nobody. And I think the rest of these are mostly boys. Oh, there's a little girl. Aldina is a friend from Maris's past. She's more mature than the rest of the group, so likes to have fun. She's a balance of two Joaquin's goofy. Oh, Joaquin. Okay. Remember that time we received a decision to land and I was trapped in the cave for 4 days? Alright, we just do more little girl voices. Like, I'm not gonna... Here we go.
Remember that time your stupid decision landed us trapped in the cave for 4 days, and your genius self decided to eat the mystery berry? Well, I do. You started talking about giant mushroom clouds and floating fairies. Then you started secreting this horrid stench from every pore of your whole body. Thank Maris that he found us in time to neutralize the poison. That was the worst thing I've experienced with you. Remember that time your stupid decision landed us trapped in the cave for 4 days, and your genius self decided to eat the mystery berry? Well, I do. You started talking about giant mushroom clouds and floating fairies. Then you started secreting this horrid stench from every pore of your body. Thank Maris that he found us in time to neutralize the poison. That was the worst thing I've experienced with you.
You could probably see, as I was doing that I suddenly realized after the first takes that I don't think this character is a child. I think somehow I had child in my brain. But that character not child. But you know what? It's too late. It's too late now. I ended up going more for the second take of this. Ooh, did I do that right? Yeah, it's fine. For the second takes, I tried to go a bit more like snarky rather than high-pitched child, because I realized I was like, I stood there, I swear, for like a full second of like silence, being like, this is adult. Oh, that's funny as fuck. Okay, let's see.
Who will pray for me when I'm gone? Or until another Richie comes along? Who will pray for me when I'm gone? Or is this the eternal dark until the dawn? Who will pray for you when your body's gone? This is the consequence for what you've done.
I don't know what this fucker is called. Meldina. Okay. Meldina. Cool. Thank you, Meldina, for being here with us today. One day, I'm gonna look back on these live streams. I'm gonna realize how fucking psychotic I am. It says comforting too. It says comforting friend. It really out here says comforting, and that's the fucking voice I went with. Oh, this might be short stream. I don't know that I can make it until 6 a.m. Oh my god, bro. This might be ending. I think this is gonna be our last one. Do we want to be a prostitute? Tally is a pregnant and wants to keep her baby. She's desperate. I don't know that I do. The fun-loving lesbian baddie? I'm sorry. The fun-loving lesbian baddie? If I don't get cast as this bitch. Yo.
I'm just gonna use my normal voice because we all know she just me. Okay, here we go. Her? Did I just hear you say her? Who is her? Is it her? Oh, please tell me it's the silver-haired beauty right there. I've been known to help women broaden their horizons. I wouldn't mind. Her? Did I just hear you say her? Who is her? Is it her? Oh, please tell me it's the silver-haired beauty right there. I've been known to help women broaden their horizons. I wouldn't mind. Why is she just me, though? Like, bitch, you ain't allowed to do that. You ain't allowed to just put me in the video game without my consent. Did you not see the new SAG-AFTRA contract that dropped, okay? You gotta ask for my consent. You can't just take my likeness and AI me into a video game like that as a lesbian baddie. Damn, bro. Damn. They don't give a fuck about the SAG-AFTRA contract, I guess. Who will pray for me when I'm gone? Until another Richie comes along. Who will pray for me when I'm gone? Or is this the eternal dark without a dawn? Who will pray for you when your body's gone? This is the consequence for what you've done. See, the worst part about doing all this jazz, it's not a voice thing. It's not like a boring thing. It's not like even a tension thing. The worst part about trying to do auditions for so long and trying to do voice stuff for so long is, in fact, standing for the entire time. And I know what you're thinking. Rachel, you don't have to stand. And you would be right. If I was a normal voice actor, maybe, right, I would come in here and I would sit. Or if I was a normal streamer who wanted to play fucking video games, I would come in here and I would sit. But unfortunately for me, and unfortunately for you, I am a physical actor. And I gotta stand when I record voiceover. Which sucks, because I don't think you understand the intensity at which my feet want to fucking kill me. And just for the record, I am wearing shoes. Like, this is not a, oh, put a carpet down, or, oh, you know, wear some socks or some shit. I'm wearing not just shoes. I can only wear one pair of shoes because of how much my feet need support. That is the brand I'm wearing in here. Fully fitted out shoes. And I'm still like, ugh. Must be able to do a robotic Siri sounding voice. Bitch, that's me! Zero is a feisty familiar who's in charge of assisting with the universe. She speaks to the everlasting tree, which makes her voice sound robotic. Inside the tree, she can talk normally, so she enjoys having conversation where she can bring people into her world. Unable to write apologies eternal. Alright, so I'm just gonna do it. Yeah, we're gonna do it in our robot voice. We haven't done a robot voice in a while, but she's pretty good. She's...
Yes. Dun 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 dun.
Okay, here we go. Unable to process your request. I apologize, Eternal. Unable to interfere. Unable to offer assistance. Limitation. Vow made between Eternal and Celestial Maiden. Yes, that's because of the limited things I can say through the tree. The tree is more like a robot. It speaks for me rather than my being in an actual body. Unable to process your request. I apologize, Eternal. Unable to interfere. Unable to offer assistance. Limitation. Vow made between Eternal and Celestial Maiden. Yes, that's because of the limited things I can say through the tree. The tree is more like a robot. It speaks for me rather than my being in an actual body.
I think it's good. I like my little robot voice. She a pretty strong one too. She's pretty strong, so I don't think we need to particularly listen to her. Although I do recognize that when we don't listen to them, it essentially makes this stream just Rachel talking to herself for however many hours, 6+ hours. But guess what? That's not my fault. That's people not showing up to talk to me's fault. No, I'm just kidding. But nonetheless, so I think I want to actually keep most of the pauses here because it makes it sound more Siri-like. Yeah, I think it's fine.
Who will pray for me when I'm gone? Or until another Richie comes along?
Only problem here is that I might need to do an MP3 because this is looking a little big. This file looks a little big. And I don't want to end up with it telling me my wave is too big. Yeah, I'm going to MP3 this. Yeah. Because there are pauses in here that I can cut to make it tighter. But they're so small. Because that's kind of how the AI voice works. Is there are pauses? Because it's an AI voice. But at the same time, yeah, see this is, and I could, like an intelligent person, just zoom in to make the silences larger on my screen so I didn't have to try and cut in these tiny little squares. But if I did that, then that means I would be, like smart. I can't have that. That'll ruin my reputation for being a dumb bitch. I quite like being a dumb bitch, to be honest. I think it's a good gig. It's a pretty good gig. Alright. Now there's a breath here. I can see that. Ooh. What did that just do? Oh, no, it's okay. Alright. Just really edited weird, okay?
Who will pray for me when I'm gone? This is a consequence for what you've done. I'm not a loser. Who will pray for you when you're gone? This is the consequence for what you've done.
Yeah, I'm gonna MP3 it just in case.
What is her name? Zero. Wah 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 wah. Wah 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 wah. Wah. Oops. There it goes. Who will pray for me when I'm gone? Or until another Richie comes along? Who will pray for me when I'm gone? Or is this the eternal dark without a dawn? All right. All right, my friends. That is all of the ones on this audition list. So I think this is where we're going to stop the stream for today. Let's make sure we dismiss it out of here so we can check the rest of these tomorrow. But this has been lovely. If you've been here, thank you. If you haven't, no worries. I'm glad you're watching it. And make sure you check out the Studio YGKrow episode that we also recorded here on the live stream. That was super fun. Make sure you follow. We got a Discord server, all that jazz. And yeah, I guess I'll technically see you today depending on what time zone you're in, but I'll see you tomorrow or whenever. Goodbye, my friends.